Putin's imperial ambitions. Russia could end this war today. They could stop the drones today. They could make sure they don't drop on children tonight. They can send their troops home today. We welcome the support of member states for Ukraine's resolution. We once more urge all member states to condemn the actions of Russia. Together we must stand for the values of the UN Charter that Russia has tried and tries each and every day to destroy. Ukrainians have been fighting and dying not just to protect their sovereignty and their territory. They're fighting for all of us. They're fighting to protect the principles that are enshrined in the UN Charter that have, after all, prevented worldwide war for close to 80 years now. The peace that Ukraine seeks, as the Secretary General said yesterday, is a just, a sustainable, and a comprehensive peace. One that fully upholds Ukraine's sovereignty, its independence, its territorial integrity, within borders that are internationally recognized, in accordance with the UN Charter, with international law, and with the resolutions of the General Assembly. Mr. President, as I close, I want to say to the delegation from Ukraine and to the people and government of Ukraine, you are fighting for us all. You are not just fighting for your own country. What you have borne for 3 years is literally unbearable. We are inspired by your bravery, and we must match your bravery with our own courage today. We are standing with you. Canada will always stand up for Ukraine. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Canada. We have heard the last speaker in the explanation of vote before the vote. Before proceeding further, I wish to address the question concerning the majority required for the adoption of the draft resolutions. I would like to remind members that Rule 84 of the Rules of Procedure provide as follows, and I quote, "Decisions of the General Assembly on amendments to proposals relating to important questions and on parts of such proposals put to the vote separately shall be made by a 2/3 majority of the members present and voting." End of quote. Therefore, it is decided that a 2/3 majority of the members present and voting is required for the adoption of the draft resolution A/ES11/L11, the adoption of draft amendments A/ES11/L12 to L15 would also require 2/3 majority of the members present and voting. In light of Article 18, paragraphs 2 and 3 of the Charter of the United Nations, is there any objection to taking action on draft resolution A/ES11/L10 and L11 by a 2/3 majority of the members present and voting? I see no objections. The 2/3 majority of members present and voting is therefore required for the adoption of draft resolutions A/ES11/L10 and L11. The 2/3 majority of members present and voting is therefore also required for the adoption of draft amendments A/ES11/L12 to L15. The Assembly will turn to draft resolution A/ES11/L10 and L11 one by one. The Assembly will now take a decision on draft resolutions A/ES11/L10 entitled Advancing a Comprehensive, Just, and Lasting Peace in Ukraine. A recorded vote has been requested. We shall now begin the voting process. Those in favor of draft resolution A/ES11/L10, please signify. Those against, abstentions.
The Assembly is now voting on draft resolution A/ES11/L10 entitled Advancing a Comprehensive, Just and Lasting Peace in Ukraine. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed. Please lock the machine.
The result of the vote is as follows. In favor, 93, against 18, abstentions 65. Draft resolution A/ES11/L10 is adopted. Before we proceed to take action on draft resolution A/ES11/L11, in accordance with Rule 90 of the Rules of Procedure, the Assembly shall first take a decision on draft amendments A/ES11/L12 to L15, one by one. The Assembly will now take a decision on draft amendment A/ES11/L12. A recorded vote has been requested. We shall now begin the voting process. Those in favor of draft amendment A/ES11/L12, please signify. Those against, abstentions.
The Assembly is now voting on draft amendment A/ES11/L12. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed. Please lock the machine.
The result of the vote is as follows. In favor, 31, against 71, abstention 59. The draft amendment A/ES11/L12 is not adopted. The Assembly will now take a decision on draft amendment A/ES11/L13. A recorded vote has been requested. We shall now begin the voting process. Those in favor of draft amendment A/ES11/L13, please signify. Those against, abstentions.
The Assembly is now voting on draft amendment A/ES11/L13 11/L13. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed. Please lock the machine.
The result of the vote is as follows. In favor, 60, against, 18, abstentions, 81. The draft amendment A/ES11/L13 is adopted. The Assembly will now take a decision on draft amendment A/ES11/L14. A recorded vote has been requested. We shall now begin the voting process. Those in favor of draft amendment A/ES11/L14, please signify. Those against, abstentions.
The Assembly is now voting on draft amendment A/ES11/L14. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed. Please lock the machine.
The result of the vote is as follows. In favor, 79, against 16, abstentions 67. The draft amendment A/ES11/L14 is adopted. The Assembly will now take a decision on draft amendment A/ES11/L15. A recorded vote has been requested. We shall now begin the voting process. Those in favor of draft amendment A/ES11/L15, please signify. Those against, abstentions.
The Assembly is now voting on draft amendment A/ES11/L15. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed. Please lock the machine.
The result of the vote is as follows. In favor, 83, against 16, abstentions 61. The draft amendment A/ES11/L15 is adopted. Since the draft amendment A/ES11/L13, L14 and L15 were adopted, we shall proceed to take action on draft resolution A/ES11/L11 as amended. The Assembly will now take a decision on draft resolution A/ES11/L11 as amended, entitled The Path to Peace. In absence of request for a recorded vote, may I take it? Oh. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. President. The delegation of Ukraine would like to request a recorded vote on the draft resolution A/ES11/L.11. Thank you.
A recorded vote has been requested. We shall now begin the voting process. Those in favor of draft resolution A/ES11/L11 as amended, please signify. Those against, abstentions.
The Assembly is now voting on draft resolution A/ES11/L11 as amended, entitled The Path to Peace. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed. Please lock the machine.
The result of the vote is as follows. In favor, 93, against 8, abstention 73. Draft resolution A/ES11/L11 as amended is adopted. Before giving the floor for explanation of vote after the vote, may I remind the delegation that explanations of vote on any and all of the proposals and amendment are limited to 10 minutes and should be made by delegations from their seats. I give the floor to His Excellency Dag Artelius, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden, on behalf of Nordic countries.
Mr. President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the 5 Nordic countries, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, and my own country, Sweden. Today, we mark 3 years since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, a Russian war of choice, a war that Russia could end by a single order from its president. For 3 years, Ukraine has defended its people and shown remarkable resilience. During these 3 years, this General Assembly has repeatedly and overwhelmingly reaffirmed its commitment to the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Mr. President, no one feels the effects of the war more than Ukraine and its people. No one wants peace more than Ukraine. But it needs to be a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace, a peace in accordance with international law, including the rules and principles of the UN Charter. Russia and other potential aggressors must now draw the conclusion that violations of international law will pass without consequences. Such conclusions would risk renewed aggression and undermine global security. Russia must be held to account for the crimes it has committed in and against Ukraine, including for the crime of aggression. Let's be clear, this is not a conflict between 2 parties. This is a war in which Russia, a permanent UN Security Council member no less, is the aggressor and Ukraine is the victim. A fundamental starting point for any conflict resolution is that the injured party be part of the process. Ukraine must be involved in any negotiations. Likewise, Europe must be involved in decisions that affect the core of European security. The Nordic message is clear. Respect for international law, including the UN Charter, must be ensured. UN member states need a world order based on university-agreed rules, not the imperial ambitions of individual rulers. Mr. President, the Nordics were proud to co-sponsor the resolution presented by Ukraine and more than 50 other UN member states. The resolution called for de-escalation, cessation of hostilities, and set the foundation for just and lasting peace in Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Honourable Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Thailand.
President, Thailand reiterates its unequivocal adherence to all principles and purposes enshrined in the UN Charter and its commitment to upholding international law, including international humanitarian law and international human rights law. Our votes today reflect such long-standing position. As we convene today, President, 3 years have passed since the conflict began in Ukraine, which has, of course, affected international peace and stability. Thailand remains steadfast in its support for meaningful dialogue aimed at ending fighting and achieving a sustainable and lasting solution to the conflict. We urge all parties to engage in constructive dialogue and diplomacy to resolve the crisis peacefully. Thailand welcomes recent diplomatic efforts toward this end and looks forward to the outcomes which should take into account concerns of all sides. We reiterate our deep concern for the humanitarian situation and reaffirm our collective responsibility to alleviate the plight of civilians affected by the ongoing situation. Civilians and civilian objects must be protected, while all parties concerned must ensure safe, rapid, and unhindered access to humanitarian assistance without discrimination or politicization. On our part, Thailand will continue to support humanitarian efforts for those in need. Thailand, through the Thai Red Cross Society and other entities, has long provided humanitarian assistance to civilians affected by this conflict, including the recent procurement of power generators. President, as a true believer in multilateralism and the rule of law, Thailand is in full support of diplomatic efforts, dialogue, and peace. We join the international community in calling for a de-escalation of conflict, an immediate cessation of hostilities, and a lasting peace in Ukraine at this critical juncture. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Thailand, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kuwait on behalf of the Gulf Cooperation Council.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, we are happy to deliver this statement on behalf of the members of the Gulf Cooperation Council, Qatar, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, the Sultanate of Oman, and my country, the Kingdom of Kuwait. The members of the GCC have abstained from voting on the draft resolution presented by Ukraine, and we've also abstained from voting on the draft resolution presented by the United States. We reiterate our position, firm position, for respect for the principles of international law and the United Nations Charter, which govern relations between member states, as well as the world order that is based on respect for the sovereignty of states and their territorial integrity and their sovereignty and non-interference in their affairs and respect for good neighborly relations. In this regard, we would recall Article 2 of the Charter, which says that member states have to solve their various disputes through peaceful means and to abstain from using force or threatening to use force in international relations. In that regard, the members of the GCC reiterate our support for the mediation and dialogue efforts between the Russian Federation and the Republic of Ukraine. A ceasefire is needed to resolve the crisis through political means. We must give priority to dialogue through mediation and negotiations. President, the GCC states are attached to a resolution to the conflict in Ukraine as soon as possible, and to seeing this resolved through diplomatic means in order to arrive at a global solution that will make it possible to maintain international peace and security. We have taken positions to bring together the positions between the parties to the conflict. Over the last 3 years, we have assumed the role of mediation, and that has enabled us to ensure the release of hostages between the two parties. We also want to shed light on on efforts that could change the conflict and could bring about a just and lasting global solution in the Republic of Ukraine in accordance with the 2 resolutions that were adopted today. Indeed, last Tuesday, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia hosted discussions between the Foreign Affairs Minister of the Russian Federation and the Foreign Affairs Minister of the United States, Secretary of State. We hope this will be a first step towards solving the conflict. The UAE is also pursuing mediation efforts for an exchange of prisoners between the 2 countries that has made it possible to release 2,883 prisoners since the beginning of the conflict. And lastly, at the beginning of this month, 300 prisoners were released. In the same way, we would refer to Qatar's mediation efforts that have made it possible for 75 children from Ukraine and the Russian Federation to rejoin their families. And lastly, that was on the 14th of February 2025. The members of the GCC will continue their efforts, President, aimed at arriving at serious solutions that will make it possible to put an end to the bloodshed and the military conflict and put an end once and for all to the conflict. The successive crises have proven that there is no military solution to any crisis. The solution is in dialogue and negotiations in order to bring about a political solution. In conclusion, the Arab members of the Gulf Cooperation Council would like to mention the tireless efforts of the United Nations and humanitarian organizations to meet the urgent humanitarian needs of civilians. We'd also like to thank the Secretary General for his ongoing efforts aimed at responding to this crisis. We call upon the parties involved to commit to serious negotiations in order to arrive at an agreement that will put an end to the current crisis and will make it possible to bring about regional and international stability. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kuwait. Now I give the floor to Her Excellency Lord Machon, State Secretary for Foreign Policy of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Exactly 3 years ago today, Russia launched its illegal full-scale invasion of Ukraine. It did so in clear violation of the UN Charter, in continuation of what it started in 2014. Russia's aggression has resulted in a long and brutal war with terrible consequences. It's a war that has caused and continues to cause tremendous humanitarian suffering, hundreds of thousands killed, millions more displaced, and almost 13 million people in humanitarian need. Today we have gathered here in the General Assembly to show our solidarity with the plight of Ukraine. Our aim is to advance on a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine, grounded in the principles of the Charter. To ensure that our calls for peace leave absolutely no doubt about the UN membership's commitment to the UN principles, the UN Charter, and the territorial integrity and sovereignty of nations. Let there be no doubt, no one wants peace more than Ukraine. We therefore welcome all efforts to bring this senseless war to an end. It needs to be a just, a lasting, and a comprehensive peace. The General Assembly resolution by the United States goes in that direction. With the adopted improvements to the text, it aligns with our shared vision for genuine peace and diplomacy. It refers to the core values we collectively must uphold: the sovereignty, the territorial integrity of states, which are and continues to be the basic principles of the Charter. The resolution correctly states there is only one aggressor, Russia, and one victim, Ukraine, in this savage war. It also underlines that for any peace to be just, lasting, and comprehensive, and in full compliance with the UN Charter, we must ensure that Ukraine's security, territorial integrity, and sovereignty are upheld. In our view, this resolution complements the resolution on advancing a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine, which we co-sponsored and supported. This is why Denmark has decided to vote yes to the US draft resolution with the adopted improvements. I thank you.
I thank Her Excellency, the State Secretary for Foreign Policy of Denmark. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Singapore.
Mr. President, as a staunch supporter of international law and the principles enshrined in the UN Charter, Singapore firmly believes that the sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of all countries, big or small, must be respected. The invasion of one country by another under any pretext cannot be justified. It is for this reason that Singapore has always taken a clear, consistent, and principled position on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which is a clear violation of international law and the UN Charter. For small states like Singapore, upholding international law and the UN Charter is a matter of existential importance. Singapore is also deeply committed to the cause of securing peace and the peaceful settlement of disputes in accordance with the principles of international law as enshrined in the UN Charter. We call on all parties involved in this conflict to negotiate in good faith and step up efforts to bring an end to the hostilities. Mr. President, Singapore has voted in favor of the resolutions tabled by both Ukraine and the United States. It is our hope that the adoption of these resolutions will pave the way for a cessation of hostilities and create the foundation for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace. I thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Singapore. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ecuador.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is 3 years since the war in Ukraine began, that continues to cause suffering and death and continues to pose a serious threat to international peace and security. At the first session of this 11th Emergency Special Session, held on the 28th of February of 2022, a broad majority of the international community anticipated that the war would continue unless the weapons were laid down. And we see the increasing needs for the population to be protected, including women, children, and those in situations of vulnerability, in addition to the serious food security situation that this conflict has created. President, since this war began, Ecuador has clearly expressed our position in line with the pillars of our foreign policy that are based on the promotion of peace and the peaceful settlement of international disputes and a rejection of the threat of force or the use of force. Our own experience experience in our country has shown us that conflicts that are very complex can have a peaceful solution if it's found. We firmly believe that the time has come to put an end to this war that has led to the loss of tens of thousands of lives. History has taught us that military means do not bring sustainable peace, and that all conflicts in the last instance end up through being solved through negotiations. Therefore, in the summit that was held in 2024 for peace in Ukraine in Switzerland, our President, Daniel Noboa, provided his good offices for a peaceful solution to this conflict. And it's in that regard that we feel it's urgent that the parties show political willingness, as was expressed by the Secretary of State of the United States, leading to a sustainable peace. The international community and this organization must provide their support to these efforts and create the necessary conditions for putting an end to the conflict and giving real impetus to peace. That is why, although Ecuador was not able to vote for a situation beyond our control, we were in favor of the original text, the draft resolution that was put forward by the United States, as well as in favor of the draft resolution presented by Ukraine with the support of the European Union. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ecuador. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Colombia.
Mr. President, the delegation of Colombia abstained on a draft resolution presented by the government of the United States with regard to Ukraine, bearing in mind the tradition of adherence to international law and a negotiated solution to disputes. That has been Colombia's historic position. The Colombian government has been emphatic in opposing war and all actions that attempt to continue with a war over time and that move away from a frank discussion on an equal footing between the parties. Colombia is opposed to any attempt to exclude one of the parties involved in the war from the negotiating process aimed at providing a lasting response to the conflict, on the understanding that it is only with the participation of both sides that we can see just and lasting peace come about. We also abstain from supporting the resolution drawing attention to the lack of action for a definitive end to the crisis that would put an end to genocide in the Gaza Strip and the violence generated in the occupied Palestinian territories. The deployment of actions of the global north in Ukraine is a worrying contrast with regard compared to the inaction of the allowing for the systemic violation against the Palestinian people. We would call for an immediate ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine that would lead to negotiations for a just and lasting peace. Colombia voted in favor of human rights, and that's why, once again, we express our firm willingness to support efforts to resolve conflicts and build peace, always with the participation of all parties involved. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Colombia. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Qatar.
Thank you, Mr. President. We ask for the floor to explain our vote after the vote on the draft resolutions that were proposed within the 11th Emergency Special Session of the United Nations General Assembly. Here, Qatar would like to renew its principled position on the Russian-Ukrainian crisis, which is based on the United Nations Charter's purposes, especially Article 2, Para 4 of the Charter, which forbids the use of force or threatening the use of force in international relations. We call upon all member states to respect the territorial integrity and independent and and political independence of other states. Qatar renews its call on all parties to engage in negotiations to put an end to the suffering that has had many negative repercussions on the humanitarian side and has affected the global arena. Qatar has exerted humanitarian and diplomatic efforts extensively to participate in resolving this crisis. These efforts are an extension of the State of Qatar's approach to mediation and the peaceful resolution of conflict. And here the State of Qatar welcomes the fact that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is hosting talks between Russia and the Russian Federation and the United States, and we reiterate our support for these efforts to put an end to this crisis. Qatar renews its belief that dialogue is the best solution to disputes, and we reiterate our full readiness to participate in any international regional effort that aims at finding an immediate and peaceful resolution to this crisis. We also reiterate our interest in keeping all channels of communication open with all interested parties. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Qatar. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Timor-Leste.
Thank you, Mr. President. Timor-Leste votes in favor of the resolution aimed at fostering a comprehensive, just, and enduring peace in Ukraine. We underscore the significance of upholding sovereignty, territorial integrity, and adherence to international law. We welcome the ongoing talks between the US and Russia to end the conflict and call for the wider involvement of all parties in the conflict for a lasting peace in Ukraine. We recognize that the ongoing conflict in Ukraine poses a serious threat not only to its citizens, but also to global stability and security. Timor-Leste calls for a swift end to the conflict and urges a lasting peace between Ukraine and the Russian Federation. Mr. Chair, our endorsements of the resolutions tabled by the Ukraine and the US is based on the following core principles. First, we affirm the sovereignty and territorial boundaries of every nation, including Ukraine, must be honored and safeguarded. Second, we condemn the severe human rights violations and humanitarian crisis resulting from aggression. We urgently call for an immediate halt to hostilities. Third, we advocate for resolving the conflict through inclusive diplomacy, dialogue, and political negotiations in line with the UN Charter and the international legal standards. We urge all parties involved in the conflict to stop fighting, respect international law, and strive for a peaceful settlement that prioritizes the health, dignity, and well-being of the Ukrainian people. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Timor-Leste and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of New Zealand.
New Zealand co-sponsored and voted in support of the resolution entitled Advancing a Comprehensive, Just and Lasting Peace in Ukraine. New Zealand also voted in favour of the amended Path to Peace resolution in line with New Zealand's support for all efforts to achieve a comprehensive, just and lasting end to this war as soon as possible. It has been 3 years since Russia commenced its illegal, full-scale invasion of Ukraine. New Zealand has consistently denounced that invasion, which was a grave breach of international law, including the UN Charter. New Zealand remains committed to upholding the Charter and international law, including the core rules and norms that underpin international peace and security. This includes respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, and the prohibitions on the use of force and the threat of use of force. New Zealand maintains that Russia's invasion was illegal and unprovoked, and breached the prohibition on the use of force in Article 2.4 of the Charter. Our positions today are grounded on those core principles. This war has had a horrific human cost. It has caused immense suffering to the people of Ukraine and has significantly impacted regional and global stability. We welcome the effort that all parties are bringing to the shared endeavour of ending this conflict. We acknowledge the renewed energy the US has brought to these efforts. In seeking an end to this war, it is vital that we do so in a way that is best in a way that best achieves a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in accordance with international law. To do otherwise would be inconsistent with the principles and purposes of this grand organisation. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of New Zealand. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, we are gathered here once again for an emergency special session of the General Assembly, solemnly commemorating the 3rd anniversary of a war of aggression waged by a permanent member of the Security Council against a sovereign state. This blatant violation of the principles of the UN Charter continues to bring immense suffering to innocent people. There are two goals that everyone can agree on. One, this senseless and unlawful war must come to an end as soon as possible. And two, we must strive to uphold the fundamental principles of the UN Charter and international law. Now is the time to gather our wisdom and determination to achieve both objectives simultaneously as much as possible. In this light, the Republic of Korea voted in favor of both resolutions proposed by Ukraine and the United States, as well as the amendments to the U.S. text proposed by the European countries. Mr. President, for the past 3 years, the war in Ukraine has inflicted unspeakable suffering and devastation. The tears of innocent civilians have long overflowed and are now nearly exhausted. Moreover, this war is now perilously globalized, with the security threats in Europe and Asia becoming ever more interconnected. No one imagined that North Korea would take part in this unjust war when it began. As explicitly stated in Ukraine's resolution today, for the first time, the involvement of North Korean forces in Ukraine, in addition to the procurement and the use of DPRK weaponry, is deeply troubling. The illegal military cooperation between Russia and DPRK in blatant violation of multiple Security Council resolutions must stop immediately. Mr. President, as this senseless war has continued for 3 years, we support diplomatic efforts and negotiations, though long overdue, to end this war. At this vital juncture, the international community must summon the collective wisdom and the resolve to ensure a peace settlement that brings about a just outcome and sustainable peace, and to guarantee that such tragedies never occur again. The Republic of Korea reaffirms its commitment to assisting the Ukrainian people as they persevere over the current hardship and rebuild their nation. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cuba.
Thank you, President. President, we have repeatedly pointed out to this General Assembly the consequences of an increasingly offensive military doctrine of the United States and NATO, which is leading to the progressive expansion of NATO beyond its borders. Today, the conflict in Ukraine has been leading to human losses and great material losses. The growing flow of arms and the aggressive rhetoric and the unilateral sanctions have only led to an exacerbation of the situation on the ground and regional and international tensions, and have prolonged the conflict. Despite the changes made to the draft resolution L10, the text still contains divisive, confrontational aspects, politicized aspects that do not really contribute to dialogue and negotiation to achieve genuine, lasting peace with the participation of all the parties involved. It does not take into account the legitimate concerns that everyone has or recognize the responsibility of those that instigated aggressive actions that led to the breakout of the conflict. That's why Cuba abstained. What we need is a serious diplomatic solution that is constructive, realistic, achieved by peaceful means, in adherence with international law that will guarantee the security and sovereignty of all. Cuba has insisted on this before this General Assembly consistently. In this regard, we have expressed our support for the joint proposal presented by China and Brazil for the peaceful settlement of the crisis in accordance with Cuba's defense of peace and multilateralism. We once again state our commitment, unfailing commitment to the UN Charter and international law, and the independence and sovereignty and territorial integrity of states and the self-determination of peoples, as well as our firm position with regard to the use of force or the threat of the use of force against any state. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Cuba. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. President. We meet here today after 3 years have passed since the war on Ukraine started, and since the crisis began, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has called for de-escalation and for the protection of civilians and for the peaceful resolution of conflict through dialogue and an end to hostilities in a manner that would contribute to the restatement of peace and stability in the world. We have offered initiatives and efforts, and His Highness the heir apparent has succeeded in efforts to secure an exchange of prisoners between the two sides. We've also stressed the importance of meeting humanitarian needs that have increased since the war began. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has offered humanitarian aid to Ukraine in response to these needs. Moreover, we hosted the Jeddah meeting on the Ukraine crisis. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia reiterates the relations exceptional relations it enjoys with all parties and its firm position on the need to abide by the laws, the rules of international law and the United Nations Charter and their principles. Our delegation today voted on the draft resolutions, and this vote stems from the role it shoulders in its genuine efforts to find a just resolution to this crisis and to take advantage of conditions that may not be repeated to reach this settlement. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is facilitating and hosting meetings that aim at establishing peace and stability in the world. We hope that these current efforts would contribute towards reaching a resolution to the Ukrainian crisis and would lead to a lasting peace through political and diplomatic means that would bolster international peace and security and would save the world from the further humanitarian and security and economic repercussions. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey.
Mr. President, let me start by thanking Your Excellency for convening this emergency session. After 3 years of intense conflict with immense humanitarian consequences, the war in Ukraine continues to have profound global implications for international peace and security. It has now become apparent that military means fail to bring peace, and yet the ultimate solution still lies in diplomacy. We have been witnessing that recently the calls for diplomacy, dialogue and negotiations are gaining momentum. It is our sincere hope that the current efforts constitute the beginning of the end of the conflict and consequently pave the way for peace. Mr. President, even though the latest developments may seem like a novelty for some, they correspond to the long-standing position of Turkey, a consistent proponent for a peaceful resolution of this conflict in line with the UN Charter. Since the very beginning, we have been advocating that the focus should be on reaching a just and lasting solution through negotiations and diplomacy, while warning against the risks of escalation in the region. With that in mind, Turkey has remained in direct contact with both sides and opted to communicating its messages without intermediaries. In the meanwhile, we have continued to support Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence. Ultimately, a just peace can only be achieved through direct dialogue and mutual understanding. The basic principle has shaped our approach to conflict since its outset. From Istanbul talks in March 2022 to Black Sea Grain Initiative and the exchange of prisoners of war, Turkey has actively pursued diplomacy and achieved concrete results. As ever, today we stand ready to facilitate an end to this war through negotiations. Mr. President, the responsibility of building peace should not be imposed on neither one country nor a group of limited number of countries. It is time that we focus our efforts on a realistic and above all viable peace. Now more than ever, it is necessary to have both sides of the conflict present in the process in order for the peace talks to be successful. As Turkey, we remain committed to playing our part in the pursuit of just and sustainable peace. Turkish votes for both resolutions today and the amendments were carefully shaped to reflect this principled policy. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Turkey. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Russian Federation.
Mr. President, I'm not going to explain the reasons as to why Russia voted against the EU-Ukrainian draft. They're obvious, and we've named them many times. The only explanation here is the reason we voted against the American draft. Unfortunately, the absence of our amendment stating that we need to eradicate the root causes of the conflict, and also after the European amendments were taken in, the essence of it has become completely distorted. As a result, instead of an appeal for peace, which originally was put in there by the American colleagues, we ended up with yet another anti-Russian piece of paper, which is distorting the truth, which is creating unrealistic expectations, presenting as regards the way the international community can settle the Ukrainian crisis. This way, yet another opportunity was lost to hear from the General Assembly an appeal for fair, equitable, sustainable peace in Ukraine, taking into account the realities on the ground. We were ready to support that, but the EU and their supporters deprived us of this opportunity, thus having devalued and bankrupted the American draft. Under these conditions, we had to vote against a product which was unrealistic and not viable. I think that today our American colleagues have seen for themselves that the road to peace in Ukraine will not be an easy one, and there will be many who will try to make sure that the peace doesn't come for as long as possible. But this shouldn't stop us. We appreciated the initiative of the United States, and we do hope that this will be followed by other new initiatives, which will finally set aside the party of war in Europe. This is important, and this is important first and foremost to save Ukraine and the Ukrainians, which are being sacrificed by the expired Ukrainian president in order to save himself and enrich himself. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Russian Federation. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Syrian Arab Republic.
I thank you, Mr. President. I thank you for giving me the floor to explain the vote of the Syrian Arab Republic. The new Syrian leadership, Mr. President, has declared its commitment to a balanced foreign policy that is based on the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter and aims to establish amicable and friendly relations with all members of the United Nations based on the principle of mutual respect as well as common interests, and in a manner that would bolster efforts to achieve peace and stability throughout the world, away from the policies of axes and political polarization. Therefore, my country abstained on voting on the draft resolutions and the pursuant amendments. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Syrian Arab Republic. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Tunisia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tunisia voted in favor of the two resolutions presented to the General Assembly today, and this is because we firmly believe in the principles of international law. On the Ukrainian resolution, we voted in favor of that resolution because it condemns violations of the United Nations Charter, including Article 2. It is a resolution that defends the right of countries to have sovereignty and to maintain their territorial integrity. My country voted in favor of the U.S. resolution because it calls for a just and comprehensive peace in Ukraine. Tunisia affirms that its vote is based on principles and is not related to any geostrategic calculations. It is a vote that is a vote in favor of the principle of united international laws that are binding to our members of the United Nations Organization. Tunisia hopes that it would see the same amount of commitment and solidarity from the international community when it comes to the Palestinian question and the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and the right of the State of Palestine to have sovereignty and territorial integrity. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Tunisia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, everyone agrees that the war that has raged Ukraine in the past 3 years has to end. Destruction is the only concrete result of 3 years of violence. Yet, we have decided to abstain on resolutions L10 and L11 in an attempt to preserve an atmosphere that is more conducive to dialogue and the end of this conflict. We encourage member states to focus on building bridges and negotiating in a transparent manner and in due regard for agreed and standard language. In our understanding, neither of the texts before us were ripe for action today. L10 reiterated concepts that have not, so far, helped us to advance towards peace. L11, on the other hand, was presented with insufficient time for a constructive process of consultations and adjustment. We believe a landing zone between both projects is still both possible and desirable. We see merits in both texts. Brazil will continue to play a constructive and proactive role both in future initiatives in this Assembly and through our group of Friends for Peace, in order to find a pathway that will lead to a lasting peace in Europe, guided by the United Nations Charter and recognized tenets of negotiation processes. The world wants peace, dialogue, effective multilateralism, and strengthened diplomacy. For long, diplomacy has been criticized for not preventing the war in Ukraine. However, we may now finally realize that when diplomacy falls short, the solution is not less diplomacy, but more. The United Nations is the appropriate forum to bring the parties together, facilitate a lasting agreement, and put an end to this ruthless war. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Brazil. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, I would like to reiterate my delegation's consistent position, which has been expressed numerous times during 11th special session since 2022. The Islamic Republic of Iran reiterates its principal position that all disputes should be resolved through peaceful means and dialogue in accordance with international law, including the Charter of the United Nations. Since the onset of the crisis in Ukraine, the Islamic Republic of Iran has maintained a clear, consistent, and unwavering position we have emphasized that all UN member states must fully respect the purposes and principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter, as well as international law, including the principles of sovereignty, independence, unity, territorial integrity, and the imperative to refrain from the threat or use of force. The Islamic Republic of Iran has repeatedly called for an immediate cessation of hostilities and the escalation of tensions. It has long been the position of my delegation that in order to find long-term and sustainable solutions to crises such as these, it is essential to address their root causes. We note that the current complexities in the fragile region of Eastern Europe have been exacerbated by the provocative actions and decision of certain states as well as NATO, which have led to a geopolitical divide in that region. Regrettably, the Islamic Republic of Iran has been facing baseless allegations from some parties to this conflict that my delegation repeatedly has denied and continues to reject it categorically. After considering the motivation of some of the member states sponsoring today's resolutions, we have come to the conclusion that this is another political move in a wider geopolitical rivalry. I want to reiterate that the references made to the purpose and principles of the United Nations in resolutions just adopted a few minutes ago must in no way be regarded as reinterpretation of the United Nations Charter. For all of those reasons, my delegation abstained in the voting on these resolutions. Finally, it should be mentioned that the Islamic Republic of Iran will continue its constructive engagement to help the peaceful resolution of this crisis. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We have heard the last speaker in the explanation of vote after the vote. As agreed earlier, the Assembly will resume the debate on Agenda Item 5. I now give the floor to His Excellency Jim O'Callaghan, Minister of Justice, Home Affairs and Migration of Ireland.
Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues, today we gather in this hall on a very sombre occasion. We are here to mark 3 years since Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We are here to reaffirm our steadfast commitment to international law and to the fundamental principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity outlined in the UN Charter. Russia's full-scale invasion was an act of unprovoked and unjustified aggression against a peaceful neighbour. The brutality of Russia's actions has caused immense suffering and loss for the people of Ukraine. It has disrupted the global supply of food, grain, energy and other vital commodities. It has undermined the foundations of the international rules-based system on which the United Nations is based. The principle that borders cannot be changed by force protects us all. And yet, a permanent member of the Security Council has cast this vital principle aside. This should concern us all. It must surely not be rewarded. The cause of Ukraine is not a case of North and South or East and West. It is the cause of right versus wrong. These are universal values that apply to each of us equally and in full. Any credible future for multilateralism depends on this. Let us recall, Mr. President, that on 7 occasions this General Assembly has called for an immediate, complete and unconditional withdrawal of Russian military forces from the territory of Ukraine. We have done so in overwhelming numbers. Today, Mr. President, we gather once again to call for an end to this war and a just and lasting peace in full accordance with the UN Charter. Mr. President, we all want this conflict to end. The distinguished minister from Ukraine has been eloquent in describing her country's desire to see an end to 3 years of war. The cause of peace must be our overriding objective and our guiding star. We welcome and commend efforts to bring about an end to conflict. We thank the United States for its commitment to advance peace for Ukraine. Many of us in this chamber have known conflict in our past. For some, the present is marred by conflict and its terrible effects. We in Ireland know the value of peace and why we must work to achieve and to preserve it. But we must also acknowledge that how we make peace matters. We must aspire to a comprehensive, just and lasting peace, a peace that respects Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity and the principles of the United Nations Charter and international law. Ukraine must be central to any process and must determine the timing and terms of any agreement. We know that an end without justice is not peace. The people of Ukraine have endured over 1,000 days of attacks on land, by sea and from the air, on their homes, their hospitals, their schools and their critical energy infrastructure. Russia has forcibly deported thousands of Ukrainian children, forced over 14 million from their homes and deepened the scourge of global hunger. The decisions of our shared institutions of international justice reinforce the collective condemnation that we, as United Nations member states, have made of Russia's reprehensible aggression against Ukraine. These decisions must guide us as we seek to craft a peace in line with the United Nations Charter and international law. And so we meet today, Mr. President, not for any partisan geopolitical agenda, but because the Russian Federation has failed to implement all 7 resolutions of the General Assembly, and it has ignored the orders of the International Court of Justice. Accountability for Russia's violations must remain a priority. Mr. President, in the face of brutal adversity, the people of Ukraine continue to demonstrate outstanding courage, resolve and determination. Today, Ireland would like to honour their heroic efforts to defend their country and their freedom. They have done nothing to bring down this war on their heads. They deserve the same right we all claim of self-determination, to determine their own future in peace, dignity and security. They deserve the unqualified support of each of us in this chamber. We are all agreed that the time for a just, lasting and comprehensive peace in Ukraine is long overdue. Let us act now to advance this noble goal. In doing so, let us recall that if the UN Charter and accountability are not central to our endeavours, each of us is less secure. We know this from history, and we know that any common framework to deliver a just and lasting peace must uphold the United Nations Charter. I urge all states to join with Ireland in recommitting to these fundamental purposes and principles that are for the peace and security of all of us, of these United Nations. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Minister for Justice, Home Affairs and Migration of Ireland, and now give the floor to His Excellency Georgios Gerapetritis, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece.
Thank you, Mr. President, for convening today's meeting of the General Assembly. President, Excellencies, colleagues, our meeting here today marks the 3rd anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Greece's foreign policy has been invariably defined by its commitment to international law, to the UN Charter, and the respect of international treaties that define borders between states. Therefore, we condemn in the strongest terms any breach of international peace and security effected through military action by any state against the independence, sovereignty, territorial integrity of any other state. Based on those principles, On the issue of Ukraine, Greece's stance has been very clear from the 24th of February 2022. We have consistently supported all previous calls to put an end to the war in Ukraine, welcomed thousands of refugees from the war-torn country, and worked together with other nations to promote relevant UN General Assembly resolutions. Once again, we call for the cessation of hostilities and a peaceful resolution. This war has already caused immense destruction and suffering. We need peace. Perhaps peace might not be within grasp, but it might be within sight. But what is needed is not only a cessation of hostilities, but mostly a comprehensive and lasting settlement through inclusive diplomacy based on the UN Charter and international law. We also need an agreement that will guarantee and act in a deterring and preventive way in the years to come. The war must stop. We all agree on this, and we commend all efforts to this effect. Yet, it is incumbent that fundamental principles of international law enshrined in the UN Charter are explicitly stated. It is in this vein that our vote was directed earlier today. We need to draw the right lessons and endow any future peace settlement with credible security guarantees for Ukraine that will deter and prevent the recurrence of war in the future. Ukraine is not a regional issue and should not be treated as one. It has a direct impact on global security and peace. It concerns us all in this assembly. Ukraine, Europe, indeed the world, need a fair, viable, and thus a lasting peace for Ukraine. Let us support this goal after 3 disastrous years of war, while at the same time hoping that this could also lead to a model of how to prevent similar calamities in the future. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Greece. I now give the floor to His Excellency Radosław Sikorski, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland.
President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I had many ideas for today's speech, but one by one I discarded them. Here's why. We live in turbulent times. After a short break from history that some of us enjoyed, it has again caught up with us all. In times like these, when the world seems out of joint, when the old seems to be dying, but the new cannot yet be born, what we need is a return to basics, to questions about what's right and what's wrong, what's true and what's false, what's actually happened and what's just a figment of propaganda. Almost exactly 3 years ago, on March 2nd, 2022, nations of the world gathered here in a special session, faced with a straight question: whether to condemn, applaud, or ignore Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Their answer was clear. The measure condemning Vladimir Putin's actions was adopted by a vote of 141 in favor, with 35 abstentions, an unequivocal reaffirmation of our commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity. Only 5 countries voted against, among them Russia, Belarus, North Korea, and representatives of the now deposed Syrian regime. Quite a company. According to Kremlin's propaganda, what started 3 years ago was a justified reaction to Western imperialism allegedly threatening Russia's security. In fact, we have seen a modern-day colonial war against Ukrainian people who want a better life and realize they can never achieve this goal by going back to their subjugation to Russia. That is what they are being punished for, an effort to free themselves from under the control of a former metropolis. Many countries represented here know the experience. Kremlin aggression is a manifestation of a failing empire's desperate struggle to restore its sphere of influence. We all knew it back then. Fast forward 3 years, and the same group is no longer so sure. What happened? Basic facts have not changed. Russia invaded a sovereign nation, violating its rights to existence and self-determination. During the course of war, Russian forces have killed thousands of people. They have indiscriminately bombed both military and civilian infrastructure, apartments, hospitals, schools, kindergartens, you've seen it all. War crimes have been committed. Thousands of Ukrainian children have been kidnapped and sent to Russia to strip them of their national identity. Vladimir Putin does not only want to destroy Ukraine's presence, he wants to steal its future too. We all knew it back then. We still actually know it. Opinions in this body began to shift not because facts have changed. They are changing because of self-interests. Some of our member states now seem to believe that ending the war at any cost and restoring business as usual with Russia will be beneficial. As a representative of the country neighboring both Russia and Ukraine, I can tell you it will not. By normalizing relations with Moscow, you would be entrusting your security and economic stability to an autocrat and a war criminal in an international environment much more unstable than it was a decade ago. Russian victory, may it never come, would not create a more just global order. It wouldn't benefit countries dissatisfied with where things stand now. It wouldn't even bring about a more just and prosperous Russia. Suffice to say, there are now more political prisoners in Russia than there were in the 1980s when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan. There are many more casualties as well. Repercussions of an appeasement would also not be limited to Russia's immediate neighborhood. Kremlin's green men, well known from Donbass, are already present in African, Latin American and Asian countries operating under different names. Let Putin win in Ukraine and their activities will only intensify. Moscow's disruptive actions in Africa echo its actions in Europe, undermining stability, supporting illiberal regimes, discrediting the West. Thousands of mercenaries from the so-called Wagner Group, now charmingly renamed Afrika Korps, are employed by local warlords and rewarded with access to precious metals and mineral mines, stripping Africa yet again of its wealth. If Ukraine is abandoned today, who will be next? Another country in Eastern Europe? Possibly, but possibly a country in the Middle East or an African state targeted to serve as a Russian military base, replacing Syria, where a regime propped by the Kremlin recently collapsed. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just heard another performance by the Russian ambassador consisting of lies, propaganda, and hypocrisy. He referred to Ukraine as a project. Ukraine is not a project. Ukraine is a country with a longer history than Russia. Ukraine is a member of this body for far longer than the Russian Federation. Ukraine has a history, language, and identity and aspirations all of its own, with borders confirmed several times in treaties by the Russian Federation. The mission of this body, from its foundation, has been to decolonize, not to recolonize. International community cannot appease aggression because violence reproduces by indifference. Basic facts that prompted our strong, unified reaction 3 years ago have remained unchanged. And when the facts don't change, we should stick to our guns. Poland, of course, supports peace, but peace that is stable and with justice for the victim of aggression. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland. Now I give the floor to Her Excellency Baiba Braze, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Latvia.
Mr. President, delegates, distinguished representatives of the member states. 3 years ago, Russia unleashed a full-scale aggression against its sovereign neighbor, Ukraine. 3 years ago, Russia, a permanent member of the UN Security Council, blocked that council from taking action mandated by the UN Charter to uphold international peace and security. 3 years ago, the International Court of Justice ordered Russia to stop its military activities in Ukraine. That did not happen. So, 3 years later, today, Russia, a 140 million nuclear-armed state, has failed to take even a fifth of Ukraine's territory. It has failed to break 40 million Ukrainians' will to be free and sovereign. But Russia will have lost 1 million killed and wounded this year while attacking an innocent neighbor. There is no shred of doubt that Russia is the unprovoked aggressor in this war. And let me be unmistakably clear. We all want peace. Ukraine, above all, wants peace. The only one opposed to peace resides in the Kremlin. It's Russia who continues to bomb Ukrainian cities and kill civilians every day while pretending to engage in peace process. Latvia welcomes all efforts to bring a comprehensive, just and lasting peace for Ukraine. A peace that is rooted in the UN Charter and international law, just as the Assembly voted today. A peace that guarantees Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and freedom to choose its own future, just as all our countries want. A peace that ensures that Russia is unable to resume its brutal aggression. In principle, peace is easy to achieve. Russia needs to stop fighting. That is the end of the war. But if Ukraine stops fighting, that's the end of Ukraine. Ukraine has exercised its right to self-defense, clearly covered in Article 51 of the UN Charter. Therefore, countries providing support to Ukraine are not parties to the war. Mr. President, the Kremlin has a new favorite talking point about the root causes of the war and that they need to be addressed. Very well, let's talk about those root causes. Contrary to the Kremlin's twisted fantasies, this war is not about NATO or Ukraine's wish to join NATO. NATO is not a party to the war, neither are the member states, nor is the reason for the war. Ukraine's NATO membership was not debated either in 2014, when Russia invaded for the first time, or in 2022, when a full-scale aggression started. So this war is not about Ukraine. It's not about fascism in Ukraine or protecting the rights of Russian speakers. no international human rights organization has recorded anything of that sort. And that's why we have international organizations. The Kremlin's blatant lies have been debunked every single day that Ukraine continues to stand strong and resilient as a democracy. So the root causes of the war are Russia's imperial colonial ambitions. Russia seeks to restore its imperial sphere of influence and change the international order. Russia seeks to control the future, choices, and resources of sovereign countries and peoples, not just in Europe, but in Africa and other continents. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, addressing the root causes of war requires stopping Russia's imperial conquest once and for all. Therefore, we call on all countries, their parliaments and governments, to significantly increase their aid to Ukraine. Political, economic, military, financial, humanitarian, any assistance to Ukraine. The stronger Ukraine is, the stronger its position at the diplomatic table. Mr. President, this is not an isolated war, nor it's just a European issue. Its consequences are felt across the globe, affecting the food security, energy security, resources, at some of the world's most vulnerable regions. According to several estimates, Russia's war against Ukraine has cost around 2% of the global GDP. 2% of the global GDP. Impunity for aggression in one place creates a domino effect, emboldening efforts to undermine international order elsewhere. So Russia must face international accountability for the crime of aggression. But we will continue to stand with Ukraine in its existential fight, just as we did today, showing that rights matter, that UN matters, that General Assembly and the will of independent countries matter. I thank you. Slava Ukraini.
I thank Her Excellency Minister for Foreign Affairs of Latvia. I give now the floor to Her Excellency Gabija Grigaibe Dodžidze, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania.
Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues. We stand at the threshold of the fourth year of Russia's full-scale aggression on sovereign Ukraine, an enduring tragedy that has become Europe's darkest war since the horrors of World War II. This aggression is a blatant attack on the very foundations of a rule-based international order. It is an attack on our shared values, and at the same time, it is a test to our collective resolve and common understanding of this fundamental moment shaping the future of global peace and security. 3 years later, Ukraine continues to resist heroically. Putin's attempt to military conquest Ukraine has failed. Ukraine has shown the world what true courage and resilience looks like, and its unwavering commitment to defending its sovereignty, independence, and freedom still continues to inspire us all. Today, my message is clear. We cannot give up and must continue to stand for Ukraine. We must continue to support Ukraine as its struggle is inseparable from our shared commitments to peace, security, and the defense of the values enshrined in the UN Charter. UN General Assembly has played a crucial role in defending these fundamental values, together with upholding credibility of international law by condemning this crystal clear act of aggression. And UN General Assembly has defended international law today again. The resolution advancing a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine is a decisive step. Lithuania strongly believes that it is in the interest of all member states to support this resolution. It is not only support for Ukraine, it is about defending the principles that guarantee security for all nations. And Lithuania reiterates that any peace proposal or resolution must include strong reference to the fundamental principles of the UN Charter, particularly the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states, and we strongly supported amendments that were introduced by France to the resolution tabled by the US. Colleagues, the pursuit of peace requires constant commitment to international norms and international justice mechanisms by first respecting the mandates and then by not undermining the role that they have been entrusted. And we must remain fully committed to also creating new justice mechanisms if existing ones cannot deliver far-reaching justice for Ukraine being the victim of brutal aggression of Russia. Furthermore, accountability for the crime of aggression against Ukraine must not be an afterthought. It must be a fundamental pillar of our legal response to Russia's aggression, because it is not only about having just ending for the war in Ukraine, it is about stopping aggression in Europe, making it far more likely that aggression against Ukraine is Russia's last unprovoked war, not merely the latest one. An unjust deal on the tribunal would only reward and embolden Russia not to stop. Furthermore, impunity of military and political leadership for the crime of aggression will empower rogue actors to challenge borders, sovereignty, and attack international rules with force. Wherefore, we all must be concerned about justice for Ukraine, as it affects every nation, every economy, and every society. This is why Lithuania is advocating for the strong and effective special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. Such a tribunal must have real power to deliver real justice, not create another loophole for impunity of those having the greatest power. Justice must also extend to Russia's accomplices, including Belarus. Lukashenko regime must be held accountable, and not only for the crime of aggression against Ukraine, but also for widespread and systematic human rights violations against its own people. That is why last year Lithuania has referred the situation in Belarus to the International Criminal Court concerning alleged crimes against humanity, including forceful deportation. We must also continue to support UN investigations, including the work of special rapporteurs, in identifying war crimes and delivering justice. These mechanisms are under increasing pressure and face threats to their funding, so we must defend them. Strengthening international justice is the only effective way to prevent future atrocities. Justice takes time, but it must be felt by every victim of aggression against Ukraine. And the establishment of the Register of Damage for Ukraine represents a significant international effort and an essential first step towards creating a mechanism to deliver justice and compensation for Ukraine and its people. Visibility of justice and its real impact are important, as well as our all humanitarian efforts towards alleviating suffering of Ukrainians on the ground. We commend the UN for their efforts in supporting Ukraine with humanitarian aid. The UN's role in humanitarian aid and reconstruction remains essential. The devastating impact of the aggression against Ukraine requires ongoing and sustained global efforts. We urge all member states to stay committed. Ukraine's recovery is not just about rebuilding, it is about reaffirming peace, stability, and respect for international law. Colleagues, our support for Ukraine must remain unwavering. We continue to be guided by the same principle: nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. And so-called peace that forces Ukraine to submit to Russian terms does not guarantee peace. Ukraine must enter any negotiations from a position of strength and justice, because just and lasting peace is only possible if Ukraine is empowered and Russia's ability to wage aggression is crippled. Because weak response today incites aggression tomorrow. Justice, strength, and unity are the only answers to tyranny and lawlessness. But our actions must match our words. Talking about what we cannot do weakens our position. We must focus on what we can do instead. Ukraine must be free to choose its alliances, security arrangements, and finally, its future. Ending the war is possible, but true peace can never be dictated by the aggressor. The path forward lies in the defeat of Russia in Ukraine and Ukraine's victory by restoring its territorial integrity and independence. Just and lasting peace is possible, but only if Ukraine is strengthened and Russia's war machine is dismantled to prevent future aggression. So the choice is clear. Future shaped by Ukraine's victory as being strategic victory for all of us, or a world where aggression runs unchecked. So let us make wise choices on which the fate of nations depend today and tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Lithuania, and I'll give the floor to His Excellency Traian Ristea, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Romania.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the root cause of today's war in Ukraine is the illegal annexation of the Crimean Peninsula in 2014, followed by the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022 February, exactly 3 years ago. Russian Federation needs to unconditionally withdraw all its troops from the internationally recognized territory of Ukraine. This should be the silver line for any negotiation effort meant to achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. The United Nations General Assembly stood by Ukraine in the past 3 years in defense of its sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity, because these are in line with the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. These defense lines that the General Assembly has taken is consistent with its work in the last 80 years since the Charter was negotiated, thus keeping alive the spirit of the San Francisco Conference. As a country neighboring Ukraine, Romania has witnessed in the last 3 years the multidimensional consequences of the war launched by Russia. Being a frontline state and benefiting from European solidarity, the government of Romania has employed to the best of its ability a wide range of measures in order to mitigate the consequences for the rest of the region and, if possibly, worldwide. In line with the human rights law, we welcome the civilians seeking shelter and currently take care of almost 250,000 Ukrainians that were granted temporary protection in Romania. We focused our attention to the needs of women and children by employing programs and extending cooperation with most of the United Nations agencies that were on the ground. In line with the international humanitarian law, we have facilitated the export of over 70 million tons of goods, of which 55 million tons of grains, to ensure the continuity of the global supply chain. The focus of our actions has been on ensuring transit of agricultural products so as to mitigate the risk of food insecurity worldwide. The European Solidarity Lanes meant using Romanian roads, railways, river and Black Sea ports to ensure food products can be available for the global market. Even after peace will be achieved, we will continue to lend support to the overarching goal of food insecurity by putting in use the existing infrastructure. In line with international law, we sought to establish a tribunal for holding accountable those responsible of all crimes against and in Ukraine, including the crime of aggression. Ukraine is entitled to the strongest reply in terms of judicial accountability, and Romania is part of the efforts to establish the best possible international tribunal in this regard. It must serve as an example of compliance with the United Nations Charter as a discouragement of any such future action from any state. Mr. President, Romania will continue to support Ukraine during the process and after reaching out a comprehensive, just and lasting peace, because we are determined to live up to our commitments to respect the United Nations Charter and international law. This is not a peace for Ukraine, but it is a peace for the whole world. Any conversation on the future of Ukraine and of the neighboring region needs to factor in Ukraine and European countries, particularly those that were affected by the invasion. We cannot allow 80 years after the creation of the United Nations Charter for the clock to be set back in time, for the borders to be retraced by force, and for unprovoked wars to start against sovereign states. The principles and values that bind the effective multilateralism with the United Nations at its core cannot be bluntly ignored. Mr. President, the support of the international community is necessary for Ukraine because it is for legitimate reasons, and it should be the same in any situation when the purpose and principles of the United Nations Charter are blatantly violated. For these reasons, Romania decided to co-sponsor the Ukrainian resolution adopted today. And I thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Romania. We have heard the last speaker in the debate on item for this meeting. We shall hear the remaining speakers at 3 p.m. today, Monday, 24 February, in this hall. The meeting is adjourned.
Good afternoon, colleagues. The 21st plenary meeting of the 11th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will continue its consideration of Agenda Item 5, entitled Letter dated 28 February 2014 from the Permanent Representative of Ukraine to the United Nations, addressed to the President of the Security Council. I give the floor now to the distinguished representative of Czechia, His Excellency Edward Hulisius, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Czechia.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, 3 years ago, Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, a sovereign and independent nation. But let us not forget that this war commenced already 11 years ago, in February 2014, with the Russian occupation of Crimea and parts of Donbass, as part of a well-orchestrated expansionist plan to seize territories of a sovereign nation through aggression and to recreate neo-colonial spheres of influence. The toll of this unprovoked war is disastrous. Millions of Ukrainians have been displaced, thousands have been killed or injured. Powerful missiles and bombs systematically strike populated areas in Ukrainian cities, including schools, hospitals, and ports far away from the front line. Attacks against the Ukraine's energy grid in the midst of winter have become one of the defining, abhorrent hallmarks of this war. With its deliberate targeting of civilians and civilian infrastructure, Moscow cynically seeks to undermine the resilience of the Ukrainian men and women who, with remarkable courage, defend their country. And Russia's flagrant violation of international law doesn't stop there. Russia is responsible for a whole array of war crimes, violations of human rights and international humanitarian law in Ukraine. The United Nations investigation documented numerous cases of summary executions, torture, rape, and other acts of violence used as Russia's tactic of war against Ukrainian civilians and prisoners of war, as well as forced transfers and deportations of Ukrainian children. Czechia considers accountability as a cornerstone of any lasting peace. The leadership crime of aggression must not go unpunished, and those responsible for war crimes and other atrocities must be brought to justice. Otherwise, impunity will continue and widen. The invasion of Ukraine has also highlighted the stark link between aggression abroad and intensified repression of civil and political rights within Russia itself. 1 year after the death of Alexei Navalny, Russia continues its systemic crackdown on human rights, civil society, independent media, and dissent of any kind. Mr. President, this Hall has heard repeated call of the international community on Russia to immediately cease hostilities, withdraw all its forces from Ukrainian territory, and respect Ukrainians' independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. A call that Russia, a permanent member of the Security Council, has chosen to ignore. Let me be clear. Until Russia respects the fundamental principles of international law, there can be no business as usual with the aggressor. Mr. President, in a year that many await with hope, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. We all want to see this year as the year during which negotiated settlement based on international law is found. However, let me stress that no durable settlement for Ukraine can be found without Ukraine's participation and consent. Our own Czech history suggests that aggressors are seldom satisfied with concessions designed to appease them. Weak compromises embolden them and bring us nothing but more war and destruction. And Russia's imperialist aggression cannot be appeased. It must be faced with strength and resolve. Mr. President, we all have a stake in Ukraine prevailing as a sovereign nation within its internationally recognized borders. Czechia has fully supported the draft resolution A/ES 11/L10 put forward to our consideration by Ukraine and stands firmly in solidarity with Ukraine and its people in their self-defense until a just and lasting peace in line with the United Nations Charter is finally secured. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Czechia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Georgia, His Excellency Lasha Darsalia, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies. The resumption of this emergency special session once again reminds us that the founding principles of this organization remain as relevant as ever. Every single day of the past 3 years, in the wake of Russia's war against Ukraine, has brought unbearable human harm and immense scale of destruction. The implication of this war has resonated far beyond the borders of one single member state and posed threat to international peace and security, further exacerbating global challenges. Excellencies, I would like to emphasize that Georgia's support for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders is unwavering. Since the outbreak of the war, Georgia has demonstrated full solidarity with Ukraine through strong diplomatic steps as well as by offering active and substantial humanitarian assistance. Georgia sponsored, joined or supported around 600 documents and initiatives in major international organizations, which among others included creation of special mechanisms in support of Ukraine. The government of Georgia has also been providing substantial humanitarian assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of the aggression. Georgia provided substantial humanitarian assistance to Ukraine, including the allocation of more than 1,000 tons of humanitarian aid, as well as financial assistance and extending support to Ukrainians arriving in Georgia. Georgia, as a responsible member of the international community, believes that international diplomacy should play a crucial role in resolving conflicts by facilitating dialogue and cooperation among nations. More than 20 years have passed since Georgia regained its independence, albeit its path is still paved with the fight for sovereignty and territorial integrity. Our recent history, time and again, illustrates the crucial importance of peace and stability for further development. Only principled and proactive international engagement can help find a common ground and create a framework for effective resolution that is not achievable through confrontation. I am confident that peaceful resolution of this war based on the Charter and international law would promote regional stability in Europe by preventing further tensions and escalations. Distinguished delegates, let me reaffirm once again Georgia's unwavering support to the independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, extending to its territorial waters. Georgia will stand in solidarity with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people on the path to comprehensive, lasting peace. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Georgia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Her Excellency Erika Schouten, Special Envoy for Ukraine of the Foreign Minister of the Kingdom of Netherlands.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, the Netherlands aligns itself with the EU statement that will be delivered. 3 years ago today, a line was crossed. Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity were violated. International law was trampled on. The very principles of the United Nations Charter were blatantly disregarded. Ukraine did not provoke this war, nor did it start it. Russia, a permanent member of the UN Security Council, a body with a special responsibility to uphold peace and security under the UN Charter, chose to violate Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and thereby the founding principles on which this organization is built. Today's vote is a clear signal in support of international law, upholding the UN Charter and against creating a world where might is right. Ending the war with a quick fix gives the aggressor the opportunity for repetition and will set a precedent for aggressors elsewhere. For 3 years, the people of Ukraine have demonstrated extraordinary resilience against Russia's unprovoked aggression. But the costs have been staggering, at the front line and behind the front line, as Russia continues its attacks on energy and other civilian infrastructure and on cultural objects on a daily basis. And in the occupied territories, where, according to the Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine, Russia's occupation brings widespread suffering and oppression. Russia intends to break the Ukrainian spirit, artificially alter its demographics, and forcibly Russify millions under occupation and destroy Ukrainian identity. We cannot let Russia succeed. Russia's aggression has had devastating and long-lasting consequences, also for the world as a whole. Food and energy prices have soared. The environment has been adversely affected, and there's an escalating risk of a nuclear disaster due to Russia's attacks on the Ukrainian power grid connected to the nuclear plants. We all want peace, the Ukrainian people most of all. And there will be peace the moment Russia stops the fighting. But it cannot be peace at any cost. Peace must be just, comprehensive, and lasting. And Ukraine must have a seat at the negotiating table to decide on its future. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. A just peace also means that international crimes do not go unpunished, including the crime of aggression. To ensure might does not make right, we need to respect all principles we have vowed to uphold, now and in the future. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the European Union.
President, colleagues, I have the honour to speak on behalf of the European Union and 26 member states. We gathered in this hall today to reiterate 3 full years since Russia launched its illegal and provoked full-scale invasion of Ukraine, our unwavering support for international law and for the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity enshrined in the UN Charter. We gathered today to advocate for an early end to the war of aggression and for a just, lasting and comprehensive peace in Ukraine in line with the UN Charter. Those core principles are not abstract ideals. They are vital pillars for every nation within the UN. They apply to all of us. The foundation of a multilateral system is at risk if the UN core principles are undermined, and if we allow the power of guns to replace in our troubled world the power of law. It is that simple and that vital. We support all meaningful efforts under the UN Charter to bring an end to Russia's war of aggression. No one wants and needs peace in Ukraine more than the Ukrainian people. No one has a larger stake in European security than Europeans. And no one can afford to ignore the devastating consequences of this war for regional and global stability. Dear colleagues, the Ukraine resolution that we adopted today reiterates in the strongest way the UN membership's call for renewed diplomatic efforts towards a comprehensive, just and lasting peace, and early peace in Ukraine this year in line with the UN Charter. We took every effort to ensure that the process to prepare this resolution, together with our Ukrainian colleagues, should be transparent and inclusive. Together with Ukraine, we spared no effort to take comments on board as much as possible. We are grateful to all delegations that engaged with us in this process. Your efforts strengthened the text that was adopted today. Thank you. Colleagues, the time for peace is now, and peace must be just, lasting, and comprehensive. Any peace that risks rewarding aggression increases the risk for any country, wherever in the world, to face similar aggression. It creates a dangerous precedent for the future, undermining the principles of international law and the sovereignty of all nations. But a peace that is in line with the core principles of the UN Charter ensures a safer world for all of us. And we believe that in today's turbulent world, it is especially imperative to ensure that our calls for peace leave absolutely no doubt about the UN membership's commitment to UN principles, the UN Charter, and the territorial integrity and sovereignty of nations. And this is exactly what we did today. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the European Union. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Switzerland.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, developments in relation to Ukraine are currently evolving rapidly. While Switzerland is monitoring the situation closely, we see this day of commemoration as an opportunity to reaffirm the principles that unite us, in particular, respect for international law, including the United Nations Charter. We remain steadfast in our support for Ukraine and call for an immediate end to hostilities. We call on Russia to withdraw its troops from the entire territory of Ukraine. Above all, we place the Ukrainian people at the heart of our concerns. The human cost of this war is immense. It continues to cause indescribable loss and suffering, leaving millions in need of humanitarian aid or forcing them to flee their homes. More than half of Ukraine's energy facilities have been damaged or destroyed. We reiterate that a nuclear accident must be avoided at all costs. Switzerland emphasizes that the civilian population and infrastructure are protected by international humanitarian law and that attacks against them are prohibited. We call on all parties to the conflict to respect international humanitarian law in all circumstances. This also includes the obligation to authorize and facilitate rapid and unimpeded humanitarian access. We have stated this on several occasions. Beyond Ukraine, this war has profound consequences. It destabilizes food security and energy supply, as well as international security. This war, therefore, endangers future generations. Mr. President, Russia's military aggression against Ukraine constitutes a serious violation of international law, in particular of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. It jeopardizes our multilateral order, as well as the very principles of the United Nations Charter, obligations that all of us, as member states of this organization, have pledged to respect. The resolution presented by Ukraine, which we have adopted today, carries a powerful message, a call for an end to the war, for diplomacy and for respect for international law. It advocates peace. True to this commitment, Switzerland is strongly involved, whether that be through our Security Council mandate, the organization of the Bergenstock Conference in June 2024, or its targeted aid for reconstruction and in the humanitarian field. We will continue to work to contribute to peace and security in Europe when
we chair the OSCE in 2026. Above all, Switzerland remains firmly committed to a comprehensive, just and lasting peace for Ukraine based on international law, including the United Nations Charter. We welcome any initiative that could lead to the achievement of this goal. It is essential that Ukraine be involved in these discussions from the outset, as its future depends on it. As the General Assembly, it is our responsibility to recall and defend the principles that unite us. In this way, we can move towards a future in which peace will prevail for all of us. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Switzerland. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bulgaria.
President. Today we solemnly mark 3 years since the start of Russia's illegal, unprovoked and utterly unjustified full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine. For 3 long years, the Ukrainian people have endured immense suffering, loss and destruction as they bravely defend their homeland. Bulgaria strongly condemns Russia's ongoing war of aggression, which constitutes a blatant violation of international law, the UN Charter, and the fundamental principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. This war is a direct challenge to the rules-based international order. We must ensure that military aggression and territorial annexation never become viable means of achieving geopolitical goals. We reaffirm our unwavering support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within internationally recognized borders. Bulgaria calls for the immediate cessation of hostilities and the full withdrawal of Russian forces from Ukrainian territory. We urge Russia to engage in meaningful dialogue and diplomacy to reach a peaceful resolution in full accordance with the UN Charter and international law. Any discussion on peace must be firmly rooted in international law and the UN Charter. No peace initiative or negotiation framework should be pursued without Ukraine's direct involvement. Furthermore, Ukraine must enter any negotiations from the strongest possible position. The foundation of any future peace must include accountability for Russia's crimes in Ukraine. We emphasize the need to hold those responsible for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and other atrocities to account. We also recall the obligation of all states under Article 2 of the United Nations Charter. Bulgaria welcomes recent steps towards establishing a special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. We firmly believe that Ukraine's future lies within the European family and the transatlantic community, and we stand ready to support Ukraine on this path. Russia's war of aggression has also underscored the strategic importance of security and resilience in the Black Sea region, one of the most affected by this conflict. Stability and cooperation in the Black Sea must be addressed within the broader context of Euro-Atlantic security. In this regard, the swift adoption of the new EU Black Sea strategy, focusing on connectivity, stability, economic cooperation, and the resilience of neighboring countries, is of paramount importance. As we mark this grim anniversary, this Assembly has spoken in favor of a just and lasting peace, one based on the UN Charter and the principles of sovereign equality and territorial integrity of states. The path of peace begins where Russia's aggression against Ukraine ends. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bulgaria. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Slovakia.
Mr. President, we fully align ourselves with the statement made by the representative of the European Union, and I can therefore be very brief. Slovakia has co-sponsored the resolution submitted by Ukraine and voted yes. Mr. President, 3 years ago, Russia invaded Ukraine in violation of the United Nations Charter and international law. The military invasion is still going on. The world recognizes the strength and bravery of Ukrainian people fighting for their survival. Let me reiterate that Slovakia supports the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders as a matter of principle. Borders must be respected and cannot be changed by force. Mr. President, the physical devastation and the humanitarian and economic costs to Ukraine caused by the conflict have been immense. The longer this tragedy goes on, the worse it will be and the more the human suffering it will entail. Slovakia has been taking concrete action to provide humanitarian assistance to Ukraine and to help and support people fleeing Ukraine on its territory since the onset of the war in 2022. Mr. President, as you know, the position of my country has been that this conflict must be ended diplomatically at the negotiating table in dialogue with all interested parties. Slovakia has consistently supported all international efforts dedicated to pursuing peace negotiations, including the joint proposal from China and Brazil for mediating peace, and we therefore welcome the commitment of President Trump to ending the Russian-Ukrainian war and to a lasting peace in Ukraine. Slovakia supported the resolution proposed by the United States delegation today because it is consistent with our view on the peaceful settlement of disputes as enshrined in the United Nations Charter. Mr. President, we hope that meaningful progress involving all parties, including Ukraine and the European Union, will soon be made, leading to a just and lasting peace and also allowing Ukraine to feel confident about its future security. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Slovakia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Austria.
Excellencies, Mr. President, Austria aligns itself with the statement of the European Union ambassador. It has been 3 years since Russia's unprovoked, unjustified and illegal full-scale aggression against its neighbor Ukraine. It has been 3 years since Russia has violated one of the core principles of the UN Charter, a clear violation of international law. And it has been 3 years that we have stood in solidarity with Ukraine. To this day, Ukrainian men, women and children continue to suffer from Russian attacks. Attacks that are in clear violation of international humanitarian law. It is clear civilians shall not be the object of attacks. We therefore repeat our calls to the leadership of the Russian Federation to immediately cease its brutal war against Ukraine and withdraw its military forces. Excellencies, Austria doesn't provide weapons to Ukraine, but in addition to our common European Union contributions, we have provided bilaterally almost 300 million euros in financial and humanitarian aid to Ukraine since February 22, and almost 100,000 Ukrainians have found a second home in our country, Austria. This comes in addition to, and not instead of, our continued humanitarian assistance to crises all around the world, including in Africa and, of course, the Middle East. Mr. President, the Russian aggression against Ukraine is not a European problem. It is not a European problem. It is a matter of global concern. We have all felt the consequences, but of course, especially those living in the world's most vulnerable countries. From delayed food deliveries to rising energy prices and threats of nuclear incidents. In addition to our firm rejection of any threats with nuclear weapons, we remain particularly concerned about the risk of damages to Ukraine's nuclear infrastructure. The recent strikes against the Chernobyl nuclear power plant are alarming. Additional Protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions specifically prohibits attacks against installations containing dangerous forces. We urge all actors to respect international law in this regard and reiterate our full support for the efforts by the IAEA and Director General Rafael Grossi. So what remedies do we have as the international community? As a neutral state that is not part of any military alliance, for Austria, action within the United Nations is key. And when international law is blatantly violated, we continue to stand up for the rule of law and our UN Charter. This is what today's debate is for, and this is what we would expect if we were in Ukraine's shoes. And this is also why we voted yes for the resolution tabled by Ukraine, to show solidarity with the civilian population, to stand up against violations of international law, and to call for a peaceful solution on the basis of the UN Charter and international law. Thank you to all of you who supported this resolution, and also to all of those who made efforts in this direction. I know it's sometimes hard. Mr. President, no one wants peace more than the people of Ukraine, and of course also the people of Austria. Austria, much like Secretary General Guterres has said, supports peace efforts in this regard. We are always in favor of peace. At the same time, it must be a peace, a comprehensive, just and lasting peace, a peace that is achieved on the table with Ukraine present, and a peace in line with the UN Charter. Let me be clear. As our Chancellor Alexander Schallenberg has said, no negotiations about Ukraine without Ukraine, and no decisions on European security without Europe. Today we sent a strong signal that an unprovoked aggression against any country cannot be accepted by the international community. Today we stood up for international law. Today we voted yes to preserve our Charter. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Austria. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Germany.
Thank you, Mr. President. Germany aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union. Mr. President, 3 years ago, Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine and started a war that shook the foundations of European and global security. Russia violated a guiding principle upon which the United Nations was founded, that we respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all member states, large and small. Today, the General Assembly has made its position clear. Together, we once again have agreed on the urgent need for a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine, consistent with the Charter of the United Nations. We have called for an immediate cessation of the hostilities of Russia against Ukraine, and we joined the call for accountability for the most serious crimes committed on the territory of Ukraine. Russia must end its war of aggression. This war must end in line with our UN Charter, with full respect to the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its international recognized borders, violating Europe's security. A sham peace imposed against the will of the Ukrainian people will serve no one. The sovereignty of members of these organizations must be protected. Every state must be able to freely choose its destiny without fearing aggression. That is why we have stood resolutely with Ukraine also today, and we will continue our support in solidarity with Ukraine in defense of Europe's security and for the sake of the UN Charter, the Charter that safeguards all nations, large and small, from aggression. Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues, the world is watching how we rise to the challenge of ending this war. Let us choose wisely Let us choose justice. Let us choose a peace that ensures a safer world for all of us. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Germany. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom.
Mr. President, the United Kingdom welcomes the resumption of this special session on Ukraine. 3 years on, Russia's illegal and unprovoked invasion has caused untold suffering. Most recently, in the massive wave of drone attacks over the weekend, reportedly the largest in a single night in 3 years. Millions of Ukrainians have fled their homes. Tens of thousands of civilians have been killed. Children forcibly deported. Schools, homes, hospitals, places of worship destroyed. And Russia's forces have committed the most appalling crimes: summary executions, torture, rape. Enough is enough, as the Secretary-General reminded us. And Russia's aggression did not begin 3 years ago, but long before that. When my Prime Minister spoke to President Zelensky this week, he was clear that any outcome to the war must safeguard Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. A peace that rewards aggression is not a real peace. And a peace that rewards aggression will not last, because Putin has a long track record of making deals with his fingers crossed behind his back. Well, not this time. We must not make the mistake of weak deals of the past. This time, there must be peace through strength. And that is why there can be no negotiation about Ukraine without Ukraine. Colleagues, it is not just Ukraine's security that is at stake. It is Britain's too. But it is the security of all of us, every single member state who does not want to see tanks driving over their border, killing their people, stealing their children, and redrawing their borders on a whim. Today, 93 countries again stood with Ukraine, voting to reaffirm our respect for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and for the UN Charter. We all want an end to this war. No country more so than Ukraine and its people. As my Prime Minister has said, the UK is ready to play its part to support efforts for peace. And we will continue to support Ukraine to defend itself and to have its voice heard. But let us not forget a simple truth: that Russia could end this war tomorrow by ceasing its aggression and withdrawing its forces from Ukraine. But the Kremlin shows no more sign of that than they have done at any point in the last 3 years. So today, as for the last 3 years and for the future, we stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine and with our allies for as long as it takes, until Ukraine wins a peace that respects the UN Charter and delivers a secure future for its people and for all of us. Thank you, President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Malta.
President, today, as we gather to mark 3 years since Russia unleashed its war of aggression against Ukraine, we remember the countless civilians affected, mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters. Malta aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union. Today's gathering takes place at a very delicate time, with ongoing discussions on how to bring an end to this illegal and unjustified war. Diplomatic solutions, as underlined by the Secretary General, are the only way forward. Any talks must include the participation of Ukraine at all stages of negotiations if they are to lead to a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace, which ultimately safeguards the security interests of Ukraine and its people, in full respect of principles of sovereign equality and territorial integrity of states, as underlined in various UN resolutions. We continue to emphatically denounce Russia's decision to pursue aggression and inflict devastation, whilst commending the bravery, determination, and resilience of Ukraine and its people, who continue to fight for freedom and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. We commend their unbreakable spirit and commitment to sovereignty, freedom, and rule of law. The consequences of this war have been tragic not only for Ukraine, but for global stability and order, putting considerable strain on our international rules-based order, putting in jeopardy international peace and security. Russia's unprovoked aggression against Ukraine has made us witness deliberate attacks against civilians, critical infrastructure, and energy systems, resulting in massive civilian casualties and human suffering. All these actions constitute serious violations of international law and international humanitarian law, for which Russia needs to be held accountable. Malta remains firm in calling on Russia to immediately cease all hostilities and to unconditionally and completely withdraw all its forces and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Malta also stands united with those who strive to uphold the universal principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter and to advance the implementation of resolutions adopted by the General Assembly, including today. The sexual and gender-based violence in Ukraine and the forced deportations in Ukraine, notably relating to the transfers of children to Russia, remain a concern. We take this opportunity to call for the immediate cessation of such practices with the safe return of all forcibly displaced individuals. In its documentation of war crimes, arbitrary detentions, as well as forced deportations, we continue to fully support the work of the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine. We urge all parties to cooperate with this Commission and with other international mechanisms to ensure the accountability of such violations. President, accountability for all war crimes and crimes against humanity committed during this war of aggression is important not only to prevent impunity, but also to bring justice to the victims. With the interest in safeguarding justice for victims, we remain firm in our commitment to ensure that all those responsible for international crimes are held accountable under international law. Represented as a beacon of hope and justice, we recall our steady support for the work of the International Criminal Court in its pursuit for lasting global peace. Likewise, we take this occasion to reassert our backing for the establishment of a special tribunal with the aim of prosecuting crimes of aggression against Ukraine. President, the consequences of this war have likewise highlighted the necessity to continue stressing the importance of adhering to the indispensable pillars and concrete principles of ensuring nuclear safety, as well as security throughout the conflict in Ukraine. We therefore reiterate our call on Russia to cease its relentless attacks upon Ukraine's critical energy infrastructure and to immediately withdraw all its occupying unauthorized military personnel from the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Given these circumstances, we denounce the latest attacks by Russia on the IAEA staff, as well as the Chernobyl nuclear power plant strikes, which raise new concerns vis-à-vis safety at nuclear facilities in Ukraine's conflict zones. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has not prevented countries around the world from providing humanitarian and other assistance to address needs in Ukraine. Malta has been active in providing humanitarian assistance to Ukraine, which we will continue to do so as long as it is necessary. We have also been proud to support humanitarian demining initiatives, which remain crucial to ensure sustainable reconstruction efforts in Ukraine. President, in closing, we believe that a just, lasting and comprehensive peace in Ukraine requires the immediate end of hostilities by Russia, together with the unconditional and full withdrawal of Russian military forces from Ukraine's entire territory in its internationally recognized borders. It is this spirit Malta will continue to support all efforts. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Malta. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Albania.
Mr. President, 3 years ago, what started as a special military operations clearly was and continues to be an unprovoked and unjustified military aggression against Ukraine by a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. By pursuing an expansionist agenda through force, Russia's war of choice has brought widespread devastation, causing immense civil suffering, massive casualties, and the destruction of Ukraine's essential infrastructure. Mr. President, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine is in clear violation of the United Nations Charter and international law. The General Assembly has repeatedly condemned this aggression. The International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants. The International Court of Justice has ordered the withdrawal of Russian forces from the Ukrainian territory. The United Nations has put Russian military forces and armed proxy groups in its list of shame over violations of children's rights in its war in Ukraine. In the face of this injustice, the Ukrainian people have demonstrated extraordinary courage, defending their land and their freedom with unwavering resolve. Russia's initial ambitions have faltered, and the strength of Ukrainian spirit has proven far greater than Russia's military might. Colleagues, this aggression has not only devastated Ukraine, but has far-reaching consequences in our continent and beyond. It is our moral and legal obligation to condemn the breach of international law and the disrespect of UN Charter and stand by the people of Ukraine in their resistance to protect their own country. While this senseless war has lasted too long, it is time to put an end to it. We are increasingly optimistic that the recent efforts and engagement of the United States, together with the resolute support of the European Union, will provide the right impetus for achieving a just solution that will bring a durable peace for the region and Europe as a whole. The ultimate outcome of these concentrated efforts to end the war must be a just, sustainable, and comprehensive peace, one that fully upholds Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity in accordance with the UN Charter, international law, and the resolutions of the General Assembly. Ukraine's future must be defined by its independence, its strength, and its prosperity, free to choose its own path without fear of further aggression. Moreover, we must ensure strong international guarantees that such violations and undermining of international law will never be tolerated. Accountability is not just an afterthought. It must be a central pillar of the peace process. In this context, Albania supports all efforts to achieve realistic and sustainable steps towards peace, a peace grounded in the principles of justice, sovereignty, and accountability. Mr. President, let me conclude by reaffirming Albania's unwavering support for Ukraine. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Albania. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Estonia.
President, Today we mark 3 years since Russia launched an unprovoked and unjustified full-scale brutal war against Ukraine. This act of aggression is not only a vicious attack against an independent and sovereign Ukraine, but against the international law and the global peace, the UN Charter, global non-proliferation regime. Moreover, all this is having devastating effects to global food and energy markets in many parts of the world. Unfortunately, Russia's goals vis-à-vis Ukraine has not changed: to finish off Ukrainian nation and to erase sovereign Ukraine from the map, a plan which started back in 2014. I recall that Kremlin has repeatedly denied the legitimacy of the Ukrainian state and its right to exist, and is increasingly desperate to remove democratically elected President Zelensky from power. War crimes, huge number of civilian deaths, grave human rights violations, thousands of deported Ukrainian children, total suffering and destruction that Russia has caused in Ukraine are a testament to those claims. Against all of the calls by member states and numerous UN General Assembly resolutions, Russia's aggression continues. According to the UN, in January this year alone, Russia's attacks caused almost 900 civilian casualties, including 21 children. Russia has continued shelling schools and hospitals, energy and food infrastructure, and on top of this, in February, struck with a war drone the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, in grave violation of International Atomic Energy Agency 7 indispensable pillars. Russia's aggression is economically, politically, and militarily supported by Iran, DPRK, and Belarus. Since last October, the DPRK has elevated its support by deploying troops to fight alongside Russian troops. This constitutes a major escalation, also indicating that Russia is suffering heavy casualties at the front lines and is struggling to recruit fresh cannon fodder. And indeed, it has been estimated that at current pace, Russia couldn't occupy the whole territory of Ukraine until the year 2075. And even this would be an unattainable goal, as the number of Russian soldiers left to rot in the black Ukrainian soil is growing every single day. President, the resolution adopted today by the vast majority of the UN member states in the General Assembly calls for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine, based on accountability, principles of the UN Charter, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, extending to its territorial waters. I hope that the Security Council would be able to follow the example of the most democratic and authoritative body of the UN, this General Assembly. Today, Estonia celebrates the 107th anniversary of our independence. We know only too well what losing freedom and independence means. The World War II ended with a peace deal that left Estonia and many other countries in Europe deprived of their independence and sovereignty, and endure half a century of totalitarian Soviet oppression. This was not a just peace deal at all for us. To avoid the mistakes of the past, we should not try to appease the criminal on the ICC wanted list and neglect the accountability for the crime of aggression, as this would only lead to new crimes and more bloodshed. Our peace dictators will always come back for more. How to achieve just and lasting peace? Yulia Navalnaya, widow of the leading Russian opposition figure Alexei Navalny, who was starved and then killed by Kremlin in Siberian Gulag, recently warned, I quote, "There is no point to negotiate with Putin. He will lie, he will betray. If he remains in power, he will find a way to break the agreement. If he loses power, the agreement will become meaningless," end of quote. So the question really is, how can one trust somebody who cheats and changes the rules of the game under the guise of new realities whenever suitable or beneficial? What is Putin's legitimacy worth after 25 years of clinging to power, which have included regular and massive election fraud, physical elimination of political opponents, extensive violations of human rights, war crimes, and extrajudicial killings, inter alia using chemical weapons? Only free and fair elections which the Russian people can only dream about for last decades, would reveal the real support for the dictator. It's quite clear his ratings are not even close to what Kremlin's propaganda honks. It appears also relevant to repeat again loud and clear that when it comes to the so-called root causes of this war, it is Russia's imperial and neo-colonial obsession with Ukraine and denial of Ukraine's existence that unleashed its aggression. The root cause of the war in Ukraine is Putin's unwillingness to accept the irreversibility of the collapse of the Soviet Union. So let's not succumb to Russian propaganda. Russia is still an aggressor and Ukraine is still the victim of the aggression. The member states who supported the resolution on just and lasting peace in Ukraine thereby supported the UN Charter, the international law, and rejected spheres of influence and might makes right conduct in international relations. I want to thank you all for this. I want to thank you all for this. Together, we need to uphold the principles of the UN Charter more than ever. We all need a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace, not just a shady deal at the expense of Ukraine and the UN Charter. It is obvious that achieving just and lasting peace in Ukraine without Europe and Ukraine participating in the negotiations over the European security architecture is an illusion and dangerous one. In conclusion, let me once again insist that Russia immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraws its military forces and mercenaries from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. This would be the quickest way to peace. Until then, let me assure that Estonia is determined to continue supporting Ukraine by all means at our disposal. Supporting Ukraine's right for self-defense according to Article 51 of the UN Charter is the right thing to do from the moral, legal, and global security point of view. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Estonia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Moldova.
Mr. President, honorable ministers, excellencies, distinguished delegates. It has been 3 years already since Russia's full-scale, relentless war of aggression against Ukraine triggered unimaginable suffering and destruction with far-reaching implications for the international peace and security. We resolutely condemn this brutal war and reaffirm our unwavering support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, including its territorial waters. The ongoing conflict continues to devastate civilians' lives and infrastructure, causing large-scale displacement and destruction. According to the data published by UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine, at least 139 civilians were killed and 738 injured in Ukraine in January 2025. This means 39% increase from December 24 and 27% higher than casualties in January 24. Moreover, as per the information released by Office of High Commissioner for Humanitarian Assistance, in 2025, 12.7 million people, representing 36% of the Ukrainian population, require humanitarian assistance. The figures just mentioned are staggering. An act of aggression is persisting on a sovereign country in total disregard of the principles of the United Nations Charter and the international law. We recall the obligation of the states under Article 2 of the United Nations Charter to refrain in their international relations from the threat of use or force against their territorial integrity or political independence of any state. All the attacks on civilians and civilians' infrastructure constitute violations of international law and humanitarian law, and we call on Russian Federation to stop those attacks immediately. Accountability is key for the prevention of atrocities and essential for providing a measure of justice to victims of this war. We reiterate our full support for the work of the United Nations to monitor and report on human rights violations and abuse and to sustain accountability efforts. Furthermore, we support the endeavors by the international community to set up a special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. Mr. President, the Republic of Moldova is also greatly impacted by Russia's unprovoked aggression. While Ukraine is resisting a military invasion, my country is on the front line of a hybrid war, which includes inter alia gas blackmail, cyber attacks, sabotage, disinformation, and more. Our airspace has been violated several times by Russia's missiles and missile debris landed on our territory, the most recent incident in this regard being registered on 13th of February. The Republic of Moldova firmly condemns such violations, which represent a breach of our sovereignty and a serious threat to our national security. We are committed to further countering these risks in a systematic, legal, and peaceful manner. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Moldova is proud to be one of the co-sponsors of the draft resolution adopted today by this esteemed Assembly on advancing peace in Ukraine. This document establishes essential guidelines for achieving a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. We remain steadfast in our commitment to upholding the principles of international law and ensuring respect for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The resolution rightly underscores the necessity of fully implementing the relevant General Assembly resolution adopted in response to the aggression against Ukraine. In particular, we reiterate the urgent demand for the Russian Federation to immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraw all its military forces from the territory of Ukraine within the internationally recognized borders, a fundamental prerequisite for lasting and sustainable resolution of this war. We urge the international community to remain resolute in the face of Russia's unprovoked aggression and to support the efforts towards a comprehensive, sustainable, and lasting peace. Only a just resolution, one that ensures accountability and prevents future aggression, can bring justice to victims of this war and lay the foundation for long-term security in the region. In closing, Mr. President, the Republic of Moldova reaffirms its unwavering solidarity with Ukraine and Ukrainian people in this unjustified war of aggression, and people who are courageously defending their territory and striving for a just peace, a peace that would respect Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity in line with the provisions of the United Nations Charter, international law, and the relevant General Assembly resolutions. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Republic of Moldova. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Portugal.
Mr. President, Portugal stands here today with Ukraine. We align with the EU statement and we are very pleased with the adoption of the resolution on advancing a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine, which highlights the commitment of this General Assembly to the UN Charter and to international law. We have also supported the adoption of the resolution on the path to peace as amended. We all want peace. Portugal is unarguably in favor of peace, just not any peace. Mr. President, 80 years ago, representatives of the international community took upon themselves the duty to work together to maintain international peace and security and to prevent future generations from experiencing war. They did so by writing a legally binding document that has shaped our common history for the last 8 decades and has established a rules-based multilateral order with the United Nations at its core. We are looking forward to commemorating these major mankind's achievements throughout this year. However, today we are sadly here to evoke the third anniversary of a breach to this contract. Indeed, 3 years ago, Russia, a permanent member of the Security Council, has violated its provisions by starting a war in Europe that has caused the suffering of thousands of people and has unleashed a worldwide political and economic turmoil. With the adoption of today's resolution, we once again condemn such violation of the territorial integrity of a sovereign country and, above all, call for a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine, in full compliance of the UN Charter, international law, and this Assembly's resolution. We supported this resolution in line with Portugal's unwavering support for international law and for the principles of sovereignty and territorial independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity without ambiguities and in all geographies, in Europe, but also in Africa and in the Middle East, while also reaffirming our joint commitment to the protection of civilians from the atrocities of war. By calling for a peaceful resolution of the war against Ukraine, we commend all meaningful diplomatic endeavors that support Ukraine in its efforts to achieve a just, lasting and comprehensive peace. With our European partners, we are ready to contribute to any negotiations that ensure the sustainability of a peace process, that the reconstruction of the country and its future prosperity, stability and independence. In concluding, Mr. President, by standing with Ukraine throughout its path to peace and freedom, the international community reaffirms its long-standing pledge to the key principles of the UN Charter as we approach the 80th milestone of our common invaluable history of the UN. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Portugal. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Vietnam.
Mr. President, 3 years ago, at this very podium, my delegation affirmed that once they erupt, wars and conflicts only inflict immense suffering to human beings and grave consequences for many others. To this day, the loss of human lives and devastation resulting from the conflict in Ukraine are immeasurable. The negative impacts and destabilizing effects extend beyond those directly involved, casting broader regional and global implications. Vietnam follows closely the situation in Ukraine and the far-reaching impacts of the conflict with a heavy heart. Having borne the heavy toll of wars, our nation deeply understands the scars of conflicts and the value of peace. Vietnam continues to call for an immediate end to violence, hostilities, and any actions that fuel further escalation. Our priority is safeguarding the security of civilians, protecting critical civilian infrastructure, and addressing the urgent humanitarian needs of those affected by the conflict. Vietnam's consistent stance from day one of the conflict and even beyond its breakout has remained that all disputes must be resolved through peaceful means, and the fundamental principles of international law and the UN Charter must be upheld. These include respecting the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of states, and refraining from the threat of use of force. We regret that many opportunities for peace have been missed in the past 3 years. This conflict needs to come to an end. The human suffering must end. Today marks a critical juncture for us to work together and contribute to peace in Ukraine. It is all the more crucial for the UN membership to promote actions that foster consensus, inclusivity, and with the active participation and concurrence of all directly involved parties, instead of division and confrontation. This will pave the way for a lasting, comprehensive, and acceptable solution to all to resolve this conflict. And such a solution can only be achieved through peaceful means in adherence to international law and the UN Charter, and taking into account the legitimate interest and the role of all parties concerned for the stability and security of the region and the world. Vietnam commends and supports all constructive initiatives, including of the UN, in this direction. For our part, Vietnam stands ready to make our contributions to diplomatic efforts and to the reconstruction, recovery, and assistance in Ukraine. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Vietnam. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Italy.
Mr. President, Italy fully aligns itself with the statement by the European Union and would like to add some considerations in its national capacity. On the third tragic anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, we stand together with the Ukrainian people to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to our shared values and the UN Charter. The 11th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly is convened today to reaffirm the need to ensure that the fundamental principles of international law prevail, not just in Ukraine, but wherever they are challenged. Italy remains committed to a comprehensive, just and lasting peace based on the sovereignty, independence, unity and territorial integrity of Ukraine. We firmly believe that the full implementation of these principles is not only in the interest of Ukraine and Europe, but also of the entire UN membership, since they are the foundations that hold the international community together. We are not at war with Russia, but we defend Ukraine's right to be an independent state. We must work together to restore peace in Europe. We need diplomacy. There is no military solution to this conflict, but only diplomatic, to be achieved through negotiations. And we appreciate the US diplomatic initiative aimed at bringing Russia to the negotiating table. For that reason, we decided to support both resolutions, advanced a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine, and the path to peace as amended. At the same time, we believe that only the full involvement of Ukraine and Europe in these negotiations can guarantee a lasting peace in line with the Charter of the United Nations. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Italy. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Luxembourg.
Monsieur le Président,
President, Luxembourg aligns itself fully with the statement from the European Union. Allow me to add a few considerations in our national capacity. 3 years ago to the day, Russia launched a large-scale war of aggression against its neighbour, Ukraine, a sovereign member state of our organization. While we meet here today, Russian forces are continuing their attacks. a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine. That was the objective of the first resolution that we adopted this morning. Luxembourg is proud to have co-sponsored and voted in favour of this resolution, prepared by Ukraine with the support of the European Union. The resolution took into account suggestions made throughout the inclusive and transparent consultations that took place. We'd like to thank all Member States who voted in favour of this resolution. It is in everyone's interest to defend the United Nations Charter and to this year achieve comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine. This resolution recalls a demand on Russia to withdraw all its military forces from Ukraine's territory, while calling for a cessation of hostilities as soon as possible. In voting in favour of this text, we demonstrated our solidarity with the Ukrainian people and our determination to ensure that international law is respected and prevails. Luxembourg also voted in favour of the resolution prepared by the United States, entitled The Path to Peace. We voted in favour of this following the inclusion of 3 essential amendments on the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine and just peace in Ukraine in line with the United Nations Charter. It's important to recall who the aggressor is. It was Russia that launched a large-scale invasion of Ukraine 3 years ago. In launching its large-scale aggression, an aggression that was unprovoked, unjustified and unjustifiable against Ukraine, on the 24th of February 2022, Russia not only attacked Ukraine, Russia also flouted the international rule of law-based order, which is underpinned by the United Nations Charter, and in doing so, it threatened security and stability around the world. The numbers of this war of aggression are terrifying. Hundreds of thousands of people have lost their lives. Men, women and children have been victims of abject violence, including sexual violence. This war has destroyed infrastructure, education infrastructure, health infrastructure and energy too. It has also left deep-rooted psychological scars on the Ukrainian people. Ukraine today has the most mines in the world. A third of its territory is covered with mines and unexploded ordnance. This situation is a major challenge for long-term security and reconstruction of the country. That's why our support to Ukraine includes humanitarian demining. The resolution submitted by Ukraine that we adopted this morning also underscores the need to ensure that the perpetrators of the gravest crimes under international law that have been committed on Ukrainian territory be brought to justice, and that justice be served for the victims, also to prevent future crimes. In this context, Luxembourg welcomes the role played by the International Criminal Court, which has already issued several arrest warrants. As the ICC cannot try the crime of aggression in this particular case, we support the creation of a special tribunal for crime of aggression against Ukraine. President, efforts to put an end to the war via diplomacy and dialogue are welcome, inasmuch as these efforts are also underpinned by the principles of the United Nations Charter. Peace in Ukraine will only last if it is a just peace, backed up by solid and reliable security guarantees. Peace in Ukraine and Europe's security are indissociable. Peace in Ukraine will only last if Ukraine and the European Union are fully involved in negotiations. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. Nothing about Europe without Europe. In its brave fight to defend its freedom and universal values, Ukraine can continue to count on the full support and solidarity of Luxembourg. Luxembourg will continue to resolutely support the independence, unity, sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Luxembourg. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to welcome the successful adoption of the resolution this morning. The overwhelming support it received reflects the international community's support of Ukraine, its commitment to the integrity of the UN Charter, and the principles of territorial integrity and settling of disputes by peaceful means. Mr. President, 3 years have passed since Russia started its unprovoked and illegal aggression against Ukraine in blatant violation of international law. For 3 years, we have been witnessing Russia's systematic destruction of Ukraine's civilian infrastructure, including hospitals, schools, residential buildings, and energy grids, and a campaign of oppression of its citizens. 3 years of war have produced immense destruction and widespread damage to essential and civilian infrastructure. Deliberate attacks against the Ukrainian energy infrastructure have caused a severe energy shortfall. Some 10% of Ukraine's homes are estimated to have been damaged or destroyed. More than 800 hospitals were damaged and over 370 schools were destroyed. 3 years of war also amounted to immense human suffering. The toll on civilian lives is unbearable. Reports also show that every second Ukrainian citizen has been chronically affected by the war. Nearly 2/3 of households are dealing with mental health challenges of their family members, and hundreds of thousands of children are experiencing or are at risk of developing a post-traumatic stress disorder. The intense fighting has displaced over 6.9 million people, and almost 13 million civilians are left in need of humanitarian assistance. This is enough suffering and destruction for a lifetime, and it needs to stop now. Each day this war continues, international humanitarian law is disregarded, violated, and undermined. With each day, the integrity of the UN Charter is ever more at risk. Mr. President, we all want to see peace in Ukraine as soon as possible, but it matters greatly how the peace process ends. Russian aggression must stop. Ceasefire must be achieved and sufficient security guarantees for Ukraine ensured. Negotiations for just and lasting peace must be held with Ukraine and the European Union at the negotiating table. Any peace talks must be anchored in the principles that we have agreed to in the UN Charter, including the respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity of its member states. Slovenia is ready to support the endeavors to reach a just and lasting peace in line with the UN Charter, which will aim to rebuild trust and bring about lasting peace and stability in Eastern Europe. A just and lasting peace also calls for accountability. Slovenia will therefore, in the General Assembly and elsewhere, continue to scrutinize the implementation of international law, particularly international humanitarian law and human rights law. We will continue to call for accountability for international crimes, including war crimes and crimes against humanity. Mr. President, lasting peace is not just the absence of war, but also the presence of justice, accountability, and the unwavering respect for international law. Slovenia stands ready to support such efforts to end the war in Ukraine, bringing a long overdue peace to the Ukrainian people. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Slovenia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Liechtenstein.
Mr. President, today we commemorate once again Russia's aggression against Ukraine that, as we often tend to forget, had its inception in February 2014 with the invasion of eastern Ukraine and the attempted illegal annexation of Crimea. On this very day, 3 years ago, Russia launched its full-scale invasion against its neighbor in blatant violation of the UN Charter, causing immense suffering for the people of Ukraine, but also impacting the entire world. The drone attack against the Chernobyl nuclear power plant 2 weeks ago and Russia's deployment of troops from the DPRK are just recent examples that demonstrate clearly the regional and global ramifications of this illegal war waged by Russia, and that it must be of continuous concern to all of us committed to the UN Charter and the international rule of law. In retrospect, it is clear that our response to the aggression of 2014 was insufficient. GA Resolution 68-262 lacked the necessary clarity and determination to unequivocally condemn the aggression by the Russian Federation, and even failed to identify it as such. This limited response, far from preventing subsequent acts of aggression, has de facto been a contributing factor to Russia's full-scale invasion 3 years ago. We must acknowledge the shortcomings of our collective action and recognize the need to respond to future cases with greater resolve from the outset. It is our collective responsibility to uphold the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. Mr. President, the resolutions adopted by this Assembly in the framework of the 11th Emergency Special Session since 2022 demonstrate a more robust and principled approach. By adopting 2 resolutions today on advancing a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine and on the path to peace with the strong majority of the membership of this organization, this Assembly has again demonstrated its ability to play its role in matters of peace and security and reiterated the relevant parameters for a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. The implementation of these resolutions is key, especially to bring an end to the continuous fighting that has caused immense suffering to the civilian population, to ensure accountability for the crimes committed under international law, including the crime of aggression, and to bring justice for all victims and survivors. Meaningful initiatives for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine must be based on the UN Charter, in particular the principles of sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity, international law, and relevant GA resolutions. They need to include all relevant parties, and especially Ukraine, the victim state of aggression, who indeed has signaled its willingness to engage in peace talks, as well as those involved in the execution of a peace agreement, one that not only brings just and lasting peace to Ukraine, but also security to the entire region. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Liechtenstein. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Señor Presidente,
Mr. President, as a founding member of the United Nations, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela is a firm defender of the purposes and principles enshrined in the foundational charter of our organization, as well as the norms of international law. Mr. President, when addressing the issue of Ukraine, my country, faithful as we are to our diplomacy for peace, has always opted for the peaceful settlement of the conflict. With this spirit in mind, we supported in the Security Council in 2015 the package of measures for the implementation of the Minsk agreements. This year, we saw a diplomatic path built towards achieving a solution to the civil war in Ukraine. Unfortunately, these agreements were used as an excuse to gain time and to further increase armed force, leading to greater national division. In 2022, a new phase of the conflict was seen with the outbreak of an internal civil war and then a confrontation, international confrontation between Ukraine and the Russian Federation. At that time, we avoided joining the warmongering propaganda, which called for reigniting the conflict, and we decisively supported peace negotiations that began in Belarus and then continued in Turkey. These negotiations were very close to achieving a solution to the conflict. But today we know that they were interrupted by very influential actors from third states interested in continuing and expanding the war. Today, after hundreds of thousands of people have been killed on the battlefield, and after millions of innocent civilians have had their lives ruined and become displaced, and the massive destruction of the economic infrastructure of the two countries, the conflict runs the risk of expanding once again into a third phase that will be more dangerous and even more destructive. A group of countries is convinced that they can expand their presence within Ukraine by accelerating the arms race and imposing a military solution to the conflict. In the last months of 2024, we saw the transfer to this third level, where nuclear powers are ever increasingly involved in Ukraine with arms, technology and training of troops, all of this running the risk of unleashing a global conflict. This is the path of the growing war that we have seen since 2015. Given the alternative to endless war, in recent weeks there has been a new proposal for negotiation to achieve sustainable and permanent peace at the three levels of the conflict. We are now facing a fork in the road. Do we continue with the war, or do we achieve peace through dialogue, diplomacy and political negotiation? The United Nations was born after the worst war in history in order to guarantee international peace and security. Its greatest success has been to avoid a third world war. Also, when it has not been possible to avoid an armed conflict, the role of our organization has been, through political negotiation, to steer conflicts towards the path of diplomacy for their peaceful resolution. This is our obligation today, to correct the course and to build a path which prevents an escalation of tension. For these reasons, we welcome the initiative proposed today to the General Assembly entitled A Path to Peace, because on the basis of practical and realistic arrangements, it attempts to put an end to the conflict in Ukraine through dialogue. We call upon the responsible members of the international community to give an opportunity for these negotiations to begin in order to provide a comprehensive and lasting solution that will benefit the peoples of Ukraine and the Russian Federation. Our role, Mr. President, is not to feed tensions and divisions. We need to put an end to any action that would tend to create greater confrontation, dividing the world into blocs, promoting hateful ideologies, using incendiary rhetoric and warmongering propaganda to justify the provision of arms, which simply extends wars, and also the imposition of unilateral coercive measures, which will never lead to lasting peace. The last 3 years of the war have shown clearly that this is the path to destruction. For these reasons, we believe that the draft resolution contained in document A/ES11/L10 and recently adopted today by this General Assembly, contains selectivity which does not help to create the conditions necessary for moving towards peace between Russian Federation and Ukraine. Likewise, the amendments proposed in L13, L14 and L15 seem to want to remove all content from the offer for a rapid end to the conflict and achieving lasting peace, as was clearly proposed in the original version of the draft resolution, A Path to Peace. Mr. President, to conclude, in Venezuela, we recognize that initiatives for peace dialogues, such as that presented today to the General Assembly, are more than unusual. They are really extraordinary. The selfish political calculations or the differences that we want to maintain with other states should not close the doors to this singular opportunity to put an end to a long-standing war that will continue to expand without end. We must comply with the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and defend the right to peace of the peoples of Ukraine and the Russian Federation. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Australia.
Thank you, Mr. President. For 3 years, Australia has stood with Ukraine as it bravely defends itself from Russia's illegal and immoral full-scale invasion in flagrant violation of the UN Charter. As a permanent member of the UN Security Council, Russia has an obligation to uphold international peace and security, yet it has chosen to target the sovereignty and territorial integrity of its peaceful neighbour. Russia's actions, including its destruction of Ukraine's agricultural land and export infrastructure, cause harm globally, including for countries already facing acute food and energy insecurity, raising the cost of living for people all over the world. Australia believes that all countries are better off in a world where differences and disputes are settled through institutions, agreed rules and norms, and not by power and size alone. The fate of Ukraine is a test for these international rules that have underpinned global peace, stability and prosperity. North Korea's deployment of thousands of troops to aid Russia is a dangerous escalation of the war. Deepening military cooperation between Russia and North Korea is destabilising Europe and threatening the security of Australia's region, the Indo-Pacific. Australia also has deep concerns regarding dual-use goods trade that sustains Russia's military. We urge all countries, including China, to step up efforts to prevent this trade which supports Russia's invasion and defence industrial base. Russia's war has been marked by numerous reports of war crimes and human rights violations. Russia must adhere to its obligations under international humanitarian law, including the protection of civilians, including aid workers, and the treatment of civilian detainees and prisoners of war. Russia must provide full access to the International Committee of the Red Cross to all areas of Ukraine temporarily controlled by Russia, including all places of detention. Australia unreservedly condemns Russia's irresponsible nuclear rhetoric and sabre-rattling through its illegal invasion. Despite condemnation from a majority of UN member states in July 2024, Russia's war has increased the risk of a catastrophic nuclear accident. Continued attacks on infrastructure and reckless conduct threatens to compromise nuclear safety, particularly at Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia and Chernobyl nuclear power plants. President, we welcome all meaningful progress towards a just and sustainable peace. A lasting peace should uphold Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, support security and stability in Europe, and ensure Russia does not renew its aggression. For any peace deal to succeed, negotiations must include Ukraine. Australia is providing meaningful support totalling over $1.5 billion in military, economic, humanitarian and energy support to Ukraine, and we have implemented a comprehensive suite of economic measures to ensure Australia does not fund Russia's aggression. On this sombre milestone, Australia mourns Ukraine's losses and reflects on the bravery and resilience of the Ukrainian people. The international community must come together to advance and achieve a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Australia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is with great sadness and pain that we are in this emergency special session, marking 3 years since Russia began its unprovoked war of aggression against the sovereign nation of Ukraine. This war, which has caused innumerable tragedies over the past 3 years, should have ended earlier. Japan appreciates all the diplomatic efforts concerning the situation in Ukraine and once again emphasizes the importance of solidarity on our side in the pursuit for peace in the country. During this period, many innocent civilians have lost their lives and many more have been injured by Russia's ruthless and indiscriminate attacks on critical infrastructure, including hospitals, schools, and power plants. The effects of Russia's aggression also have global repercussions in such far-reaching areas as food security, energy, finance, the environment, and nuclear security and safety. Japan reaffirms its respect and solidarity with the people of Ukraine, who have demonstrated remarkable resilience in defending their country and its future over the past 3 years. Mr. President, in a world of diverse views and positions, the UN Charter serves as a foundation of all international relations and a common agreement that member states must faithfully observe. Russia's aggression against Ukraine is, however, a clear and blatant violation of international law, including the UN Charter, as this General Assembly has repeatedly stated, and an act that fundamentally undermines the foundation. If such violations were tolerated, it would set a dangerous precedent, returning us to a jungle dominated by brute force and coercion. For this very reason, it is imperative we stand side by side with the people of Ukraine. Japan condemns in its strongest terms Russia's aggression against Ukraine and strongly demands that Russia cease its aggression immediately and listen to the voice of the international community. In this regard, we appreciate the various diplomatic efforts which are currently ongoing, including those of the United States, and hope that those efforts lead a breakthrough in the situation. Mr. President, Japan also strongly condemns the engagement of North Korea's troops in combat against Ukraine, which also constitutes a clear violation of international law, including the UN Charter. This unlawful, unjustified, and unacceptable military cooperation between Russia and the DPRK has expanded the scope of the conflict beyond the region and undermines global peace and security. Furthermore, Japan reiterates its deep concern about the military cooperation between Iran and Russia. The international community must refrain from any action, direct or indirect, that would support Russia's aggression. Mr. President, any unilateral attempt to change the status quo by force is unacceptable anywhere in the world, and such an attempt should never be rewarded. The repercussions of allowing such attempts to occur would be global and undoubtedly affect everyone for years to come. Japan reiterates that this is not a matter of choosing sides between Ukraine and Russia, but of a matter of principle of either upholding or disregarding the UN Charter. Japan will continue its diplomatic efforts and stand firmly with Ukraine and the international community until comprehensive, just, and lasting peace, based on the purposes of principles of the UN Charter, is achieved in Ukraine. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Japan. I give the floor now to the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Mr. President, ever since the beginning of the conflict, Brazil has insisted on the need for de-escalation and the importance of finding a peaceful resolution to the war through dialogue and diplomacy. At this juncture, we need to put in motion concrete efforts to this end. It is high time we move beyond restating well-known positions and actually work towards dialogue and building bridges. Divisiveness leads us nowhere, and there is no more time to spare. It is time to put an end to this conflict, which has cost so many lives and caused extensive destruction. Moving forward, it is crucial that all relevant parties be present at the negotiating table. The actors involved need to find a middle ground that is acceptable to all sides. This is the only way we can attain a comprehensive, lasting, and sustainable peace. This conflict has had global repercussions, affecting peace and security in other regions of the world. For this reason, we believe that developing countries have relevant contributions to offer. Dealing with such situations, as we have always done, has shown no results. It is time to listen to the voice of the Global South. We have been working with our partners in the Group of Friends for Peace to identify ways to contribute to a peaceful settlement of the conflict, bringing both parties to the table, addressing the root causes of the conflict, and providing security guarantees to both Russia and Ukraine is the way forward. We will continue to promote peace, security, and prosperity for Europe and the entire international community. It is our belief that the peaceful resolution to the war in Ukraine may represent an important step towards reinvigorating multilateralism and strengthening a multipolar order that benefits all. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Brazil. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Mr. President, delegation of the DPRK strongly condemn that Ukraine and Western countries have again convened this meeting, which is motivated by sinister political purpose and aimed at deceiving international community and turning black into white. It is widely known that the Ukrainian crisis was caused by Western forces, which have systematically denied legitimate security interests of the Russian Federation and recklessly pursued NATO's advance toward the East under the ambitions of the sustaining hegemonic world order. The current Ukrainian crisis, which has introduced worst security crisis after the Second World War, remain unresolved even though almost 3 years have passed. It is attributable to the West, the pouring astronomical amounts of military aid in Kiev region, obsessed with impractical daydream of systematically defeating Russia by all possible means. For the past 3 years, the West offered Ukraine the military aid to value of nearly $200 billion. Worse still, even amid emerging a signal on coordinating Ukrainian crisis in peaceful manner, the Western military equipment, including fighting, continue to be delivered to Zelensky region. This fact clearly indicates who is destroying and obliterating security in the Europe. Instead of reflecting on their anti-peace criminal act at this meeting, Ukraine and West are seeking to have the resolution adopted in order to shift responsibility to others. I consider it as serious political provocation and flatly reject and denounce it. A development of the normal cooperative relationship between sovereign states, strictly consistent with the UN Charter and international law, is not a matter of the intervention. True to the spirit of DPRK, the Russian Federation Treaty on Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, the DPRK remain invariably committed to supporting and encouraging the army and people of Russia in their just cause to defend the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity. The righteous international community should never tolerate acts of infringing upon the sovereignty and undermining peace by Western forces, the hegemonic entity which seek to impose crucial war and catastrophic disaster, and should turn out proactively in the struggle for safeguarding justice, equitability, peace, and stability. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Montenegro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, dear colleagues. We've entered the 4th year of unprecedented and devastating act of aggression an unprovoked war waged by a nuclear power and a permanent member of the Security Council against a sovereign UN member state. For 3 years, we have witnessed a blatant and continuous violation of the UN Charter and fundamental principles of international law. There is no justification for the violence that has persisted for so long. Montenegro once again strongly condemns Russia's illegal act and the immense suffering it has inflicted on Ukraine, including the killings of civilians, unlawful attack on civilian and energy infrastructure, sexual, gender-based violence, and appalling reports of abductions of children. There can be no impunity for war crimes and other most serious crimes. Ensure accountability is of the utmost importance for achieving lasting peace. We are appalled by the findings of the Secretary General's report of children in armed conflict. We call on the Russian Federation to fully comply with international humanitarian law and take immediate measures to protect children, women, and the elderly. Furthermore, we strongly condemn the deployment of DPRK troops in Ukraine, an act that blatantly violates UN Security Council resolutions on disarmament, non-proliferation, and export control. Once again, Montenegro stands firmly supporting Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. We remain committed to a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine, firmly rooted in the UN Charter and acknowledging its importance for the European and global security. This is what people in Ukraine deserve, and it is our collective responsibility to deliver it. Excellencies, dear colleagues, in the end, I would like to pay my utmost respect to the women of Ukraine and their indescribable courage. I would like to pay tribute to the heroic mothers of Ukraine who gave birth to Ukrainian heroes who constantly, without sparing their lives, defending Ukraine from the aggression on the battlefield. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Montenegro. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of San Marino.
Mr. President, in this third tragic anniversary, San Marino would like to reaffirm its support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its international recognized borders, and calls on all parties to commit to political dialogue and to diplomatic negotiations in order to de-escalate this conflict and to achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine, consistent with the United Nations Charter and with international law. San Marino reaffirms its condemnation of the Russian Federation's unprovoked and unjustified war of aggression against Ukraine as a violation of international law. It is paramount to protect the foundations of our multilateral system and to guarantee the respect of humanitarian and human rights law, as well as to ensure accountability for any violations. San Marino wishes to renew its sincere solidarity to the government and people of Ukraine. Mr. President, we are deeply concerned for the devastating and long-lasting consequences of this conflict, as well as for its repercussions on regional and global stability. In line with its millenary vocation for peace, San Marino reiterates its call for dialogue. We welcome any diplomatic efforts toward a diplomatic solution of the conflict. Dialogue among all parties is the first step toward peace. We remain embraced to that hope that, through diplomacy, a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace will be soon achieved. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of San Marino. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Armenia.
Mr. President, Armenia expresses its strong concern on the continuing hostilities in Ukraine, which have led to thousands of casualties, violence, destruction, and mass displacement. It continues to have a particularly heavy toll on the most vulnerable, the civilian population, including children, women, and the elderly. Armenia reiterates its principled and long-standing position on the full compliance of all parties to the Geneva Conventions and their additional protocols and international human rights law, with a view to ensure protection of the civilian populations and minimize the impact of the hostilities on the critical infrastructure. We support efforts of the international community aimed at complete cessation of all hostilities and opening opportunities for peace negotiations. Armenia stresses the importance of achieving a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace anchored on the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and international law. And I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Armenia. I now give the floor to the observer of the observer state of the Holy See.
Mr. President, today we mark the 3rd anniversary of the beginning of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. The Holy See expresses deep concern at the protraction of the conflict, which is causing a great loss of life and hardship for the entire Ukrainian population. Over the past 3 years, the world has witnessed the far-reaching consequences of this war, also beyond the borders of Ukraine. The conflict has had a profound impact on the global economy, contributing to instability in areas such as food security, energy, and nuclear safety, while exacerbating environmental damages. At the humanitarian level, the war's impact is devastating, especially for the most vulnerable. Women and children, refugees, internally displaced persons, those with disabilities, and the elderly have borne the brunt of this crisis, suffering not only from physical harm, but also from the erosion of their basic rights and access to essential services. The ripple effects of this war are being felt across the globe, underscoring the urgent need for a comprehensive and lasting solution to restore peace and prevent further harm to innocent lives. Mr. President, allow me to reiterate, in the words of Pope Francis, a principle that has often been forgotten and misunderstood. War is always a failure. The involvement of civilians, especially children, and the destruction of infrastructures is not only a disaster, but essentially means that between the two sides, only evil emerges the winner. We cannot in any way accept the bombing of civilians or the attacking of infrastructures necessary for their survival. Mr. President, in this Jubilee year, Pope Francis affirms that his wish for 2025 is that the entire international community will work, above all, to end the conflict that has caused so much bloodshed in war-torn Ukraine and has taken an enormous toll of lives, including those of many civilians. For this reason, the Holy See reiterates its call for an immediate cessation of hostilities and stresses the urgent need to pursue peace without further delay. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished observer of the observer state of the Holy See. I now give the floor to the observer of the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance.
Mr. President, Excellencies, international idea reaffirms our unwavering commitment to democracy, sovereignty, and the right of all people to determine their future through free and fair elections. International idea welcomes all diplomatic efforts aimed at securing a just peace in Ukraine. But peace must be rooted in justice, sovereignty, and international law, not imposed through ultimatums or political expediency. Any settlement must uphold the core principles of the UN Charter. Russia's illegal aggression, ongoing since 2014, is a blatant violation of Ukraine's territorial integrity and the fundamental right of its people to self-determination. These principles are non-negotiable. Any diplomatic effort to bring the war to an end must recognize that the decision to hold elections in Ukraine belongs to Ukraine alone and is rooted in international law. According to Ukrainian law, elections can only take place after martial law is lifted. No external actor has the right to dictate the timing or conditions of Ukraine's democratic processes. No external actor has this right. Democracy cannot be imposed under the shadow of war, nor can elections be used as a tool for political expediency. A lasting and just peace in Ukraine requires a clear and principled sequence of actions. A ceasefire must come first, followed by a sustainable peace agreement. Only then can free, fair, and legitimate elections take place. Any attempt to reverse this order, forcing elections before peace is secured, would be reckless and dangerous. It would risk further destabilizing Ukraine, undermining its democratic integrity, and ultimately serving the interests of Russia, who launched this brutal war in the first place. Even after hostilities cease, organizing elections in Ukraine will be an enormous challenge. Millions of Ukrainians have been forcibly displaced, both within their country and abroad. Ensuring their right to vote in a free and fair manner will require careful planning and immense international support. For elections to be meaningful, Ukraine will need large-scale logistical, technological, and political assistance. The international community must stand ready to help rebuild electoral infrastructure, restore access to independent media, and support displaced voters in exercising their democratic rights. A rushed or ill-prepared election would have catastrophic consequences for peace and for Ukraine. It could jeopardize the legitimacy of the result, fuel external and internal tensions, and provide propaganda ammunition to the enemies of democracy, the very same forces that waged war against Ukraine in the first place. Ukraine is and has always been a democracy under attack. The Ukrainian people have fought and sacrificed not just for their right to live in an independent country, but for their right to live under a democratic system. A just peace must ensure that Ukraine remains a sovereign, democratic state where its people, not foreign powers, dictate their future. International idea calls upon all UN member states to support this legitimate goal. We stand ready to assist Ukraine's democratic institutions, particularly its electoral authorities, in preparing for the day when conditions allow for elections that meet international standards. Democracy must not become a casualty of war, nor should it be used as a bargaining chip to legitimize aggression. There can be no free elections without security. There can be no democracy without sovereignty. There can be no lasting peace without justice. This Assembly must stand firm in defense of these principles and ensure that Ukraine emerges from this war stronger, sovereign, and democratic. Дякую.
I thank the distinguished representative of the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance. I now give the floor to the distinguished observer of the Sovereign Order of Malta.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. For 3 years, we've borne witness to the immense suffering inflicted upon the Ukrainian people, an anguish so profound that words struggle to convey its full measure. The sheer scale of loss is staggering. Lives senselessly cut short, families torn apart, generations left to bear the weight of a deep psychological and physical scar. The Sovereign Order of Malta is one of the few entities here today that has both shared and observed the suffering and pain of the Ukrainian people in their homeland. Our crisis response agency, Malteser International, in partnership with the Ukrainian Association of the Order of Malta, continues to provide life-saving assistance to innocent civilians as it has done for the past 3 years, ensuring that those caught in conflict have the fundamental necessities, not privileges, but unequivocal human rights, things like the basic elements of survival: clean drinking water, food, shelter, warmth, medical care, things essential yet out of reach for so many. We continue to support the sick, the poor and the dispossessed, both within Ukraine's borders and beyond them. We will continue to assist amputation patients, ensuring they receive not only limbs but comprehensive rehabilitation, physiotherapy and psychological care. We will persist in providing psychosocial support to victims, striving to mitigate the deep, invisible wounds of war, especially among children and young adults. And we will continue to comfort and support the elderly. Today, as we gather on the solemn occasion of this war's 3rd anniversary, we must also recognize that within these very halls lies the power to say once and for all, enough of war, enough of death. But words alone will not suffice. The credibility of this institution and the rules-based order itself rests not on the repetition of condemnations and blame, but in the tangible actions taken to uphold the principles on which the organization was founded. Suffering is neither inevitable nor is it necessary. Let us apply the very values we profess, the values of justice and human dignity, to bring this war to an end. Let us hasten for the day when those caught in this conflict across all borders can reclaim not just peace, but a future based on security, stability, the chance to lead dignified and fulfilling lives, and where they can again find brotherhood with their neighbors. We are all commanded to love our neighbor, just as we wish to be loved, and to seek forgiveness when we have transgressed. Isn't that an underlying rationale for this organization? And are these not signposts, signposts of hope on a path to peace? Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished observer of the Sovereign Order of Malta. We have heard the last speaker in the debate on this item. The exercise of the right of reply has been requested. May I remind members that statements in the exercise of the right of reply are limited to 10 minutes for the first intervention and to 5 minutes for the second intervention, and should be made by delegations from their seats. I now call on the representative of India.
Mr. President, I am taking the floor to express our disgust and utter disappointment at yet another attempt by Pakistan to divert this assembly from its agenda in this 11th emergency special session. The Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir is and will remain an integral part of India. Pakistani rhetoric can't alter this reality. Everyone can see through these cynical attempts by Pakistan to misuse this august forum for its propaganda. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of India. I now call on the distinguished representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation has been compelled to take the floor to respond to the statement made by the Indian delegate. No amount of sophistry and obfuscation can change the historical, political, and legal reality that Jammu and Kashmir never was, nor is, the so-called integral part of India. The fact remains that the Jammu and Kashmir is an internationally recognized disputed territory. One just needs to consult the UN official maps to establish this fact. India is in its forcible occupation of parts of Jammu and Kashmir, in contravention and blatant violation of multiple resolutions of the UN Security Council, which reaffirms that the final disposition of Jammu and Kashmir will be decided by its people through a UN-supervised plebiscite in line with the UN Charter's principle of the right of self-determination of the Kashmiri people. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of India. I now call on the distinguished representative of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. In exercise of the right of reply, my delegation categorically rejects the provocative remarks made by ROK, Japan, Australia, and others. The groundless and reckless accusation is aimed at tarnishing the image of a dignified UN member state and distorting the essence of the normal cooperative relationship between the DPRK and the Russian Federation. As of now, the Ukrainian crisis is prolonged, and the security situation in Europe is destabilized. It is totally attributable to the wrong practice of the West, persisting in their hegemony-oriented and adventuristic military policy, obsessed with the pipe dream of strategically defeating Russia. By nature, the comprehensive strategic partnership between the DPRK and the Russian Federation is intended to promote and defend fundamental interests of both countries and peoples. More importantly, it serves as an engine for accelerating the building of a multipolar world free of domination, subjugation, hegemony, and high-handedness. As of today, by all accounts, NATO, the mastermind of the Ukrainian crisis, and the US, Japan, ROK triangular military alliance of aggressive nature, which is being transformed into an Asian version of NATO, are just cancer-like entities jeopardizing the international order anchored on the purposes and the principles of the UN Charter and constitute major threats to international peace and security. Moreover, ROK and Japan, which are dyed with a pro-US submission, have neither entitlement nor justification to tamper with the DPRK-Russian Federation strategic partnership based on sovereign equality as enshrined in the UN Charter. DPRK will put no restriction on safeguarding and exercising the inherent legitimate right of a sovereign state and will continue to make major efforts to preserve regional and global peace and security. The dogs bark, but the caravan moves on. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, and I now call on the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I will make 3 brief points in exercising my right of reply, Mr. President. As it has been reiterated morning today, the position of the Islamic Republic of Iran on the Ukraine conflict is consistent. It has no military solution. It must end peacefully and immediately. We categorically reject certain politically motivated accusations made against us by a specific delegation regarding to this conflict as raised in this meeting. The military cooperation between Iran and Russian Federation is legal and within the framework of the independent decisions of both countries, and it is not against any third party. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, President. Many countries, including South Korea, have confirmed the deployment of North Korean troops to support Russia's military operation. We strongly condemn the illegal military cooperation between Russia and North Korea and demand its immediate cessation. The benefits North Korea received in exchange for its military and military weapons support will inevitably be used to provoke and threaten us. Such Russia-North Korean cooperation not only poses a severe security threat to the Korean Peninsula, Northeast Asia, and Europe, but also undermines international law and global order, including non-proliferation regime. I reiterate, this illegal cooperation should be stopped immediately. Thank you, President.
I now call, I express my appreciation to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea, and I now call on the representative of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea for a second intervention.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor again. My delegation categorically rejects the absurd remark by ROK. We expect nothing new from ROK, which is hell-bent on animosity and antagonism against the DPRK. It is not surprising that ROK is parroting disinformation, false narratives, and false flags spread by the West in order to shift responsibility for the prolonged Ukrainian crisis. To reiterate, the DPRK-Russian Federation strategic partnership fully accords with the UN Charter and international law by nature, and it is totally different from the vertical and aggressive US ROK and US-Japan ROK alliances. At this critical juncture, when geopolitical tensions are heightened and regional and international peace and security are perilous owing to the provocative military moves of the ROK backed by the United States, we know well what to do and are ready to whatever it takes to safeguard justice, regional and international peace and security. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I now call on the distinguished representative of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President. In regards to the North Korea's comment, Japan is not going to repeat our position in detail, but Japan would like to emphasize once again, Japan strongly condemns the engagement of North Korea's troops in combat against Ukraine, which also constitutes a clear violation of international law, including the UN Charter. This unlawful, unjustified, and unacceptable military cooperation between Russia and the DPRK has expanded the scope of the conflict beyond the region and undermines global peace and security. Furthermore, Japan reiterates, so that is our position. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Japan. In accordance with the terms of paragraph 10 of Resolution ES-11/7, the 11th Emergency Special Session of the Assembly is temporarily adjourned. The meeting is adjourned.